Hello, everybody, and welcome one and all once again to ESN. We're here for the AWSCO Windows Cup Series. This time around, we're here in Tochigi Prefecture in Japan at the Mobility Resort Motegi Complex, back to bring Speedway Oval Racing back to the former Twin Ring Motegi Complex at the disused Speedway here at the track. Of course, most people will know what has happened to this track in the last 15 years or so. In 2011, the great earthquake that hit this area of Japan damaged part of the banking that part of the surface, I should say, on the banking of the racetrack, and rendered the speedway part of this track at least non-functional for a little while. However, the damage itself was later reevaluated, and while the surface would be rather suboptimal for its original purpose, which was to host North American open wheel racing there, so IndyCar, for example, would probably have a hard time racing at a track like this. AWSCO came out here not too long ago and determined that the oval surface, which has been used for a few occasionally for demo runs and different motorsports exhibition events like that, is AWSCO determined that the oval surface here was at least relatively fit for purpose for a race here, and so the series has elected to bring back competitive racing here at the Twin Ring Motegi Speedway, as the AWSCO Windows Cup Series is proud to present the Coca-Cola 500. Of course, throwing it back to the name of the former NASCAR Cup Series exhibition event here. Although that was a 500-kilometer event, I believe, this one will be a full 500-mile race. So it's going to be it's going to be a real endurance test kind of event here. I mean, we don't usually run 500-mile races at these we occasionally run 500-mile races here on these ovals, on these speedway type ovals, but AWSCO hasn't really run a 500-mile race at a high degradation oval like this at all, really. The closest analog I would think of here in terms of that kind of racing would be the old 500-mile races that were held in pre-reconfiguration Atlanta Speedway, when the surface there was on the verge of falling apart. Once again, I'm joined here with my co-host Ellie, who is the regular here in the studio for the pre-race show. What do you think of the racing surface here? Lots of talk about whether or not the surface is fit for racing. AWSCO have taken the chance on this track and looking to bring some form of competitive racing back on this disused oval circuit. It definitely signs from practice so far have been pretty positive. They're definitely able to handle the rough surface here, but of course, tire wear has been is going to be a major concern here. I mentioned the example of Atlanta Motor Speedway. I think I think the race will be similar to something like that. So tires are going to be, I think, a primary concern for all of these teams. What do you think?
Well, I think this is a very interesting track, and I think that it's going to take a lot of skill behind the wheels in order to handle the kind of wear on this track that it has, and it's going to be more of a, obviously tire strategy is going to be huge here, but it's just general skill behind the wheel and handling the car might be a really huge factor here with how worn this track is, and I think it'll be really interesting to watch them all try and battle it out and see who gets the best strategy and see who can handle this track the best. And we got some pretty decent results out of practice and some pretty good, interesting results out of qualifying as well. And I think if we look at the how everybody placed in qualifying, it'll be interesting to go over just in a few short minutes and whenever we do that.
Yeah, of course, the last competitive race to be held here was in the IndyCar series in 2010. So it's been a very long time since something like this has been held at a track like this. Like just double checking who the winner of that race was. Double check that one. 2010 it was in 2010 it was one Elio Castroneves driving the Penske racing car there. So it's been 15 years. We're back here at the Speedway. We're back here at the Speedway with a very different form of racing. Obviously, not going to be as fast as those American open wheel cars of the past, but I think they'll put on just as much of a spectacle as those cars did. And with a 500-mile race here, it's certainly going to be a long race here. So
yeah,
fans are going to be buckled up here for a very long showcase of racing here. But it is nice to be. I mentioned this in our Rio broadcast, but it is nice to be going back to these pretty historic international ovals that have seen a lot of history with with maybe not American stock car racing necessarily, but American motorsport series in general, and kind of reigniting that history here with these stock cars in the AWSCO Cup series.
Yeah, I think that's really that's honestly really neat and really cool of AWSCO to do that. I think another interesting thing about this track is that there was a lot of motorcycle races held here back in the day, which was pretty cool. This track has a lot of history, and it's really nice to see it again.
Yeah, the road course here is still pretty regularly used for all sorts of races. I think the most the most well-known one is probably the Japanese Motorcycle Grand Prix that MotoGP uses. The road course here every season, of course. And of course, there's also the Super GT series that runs the oval pretty regularly. The fun fact here, Super GT, or as it was called at the time, the All Japan GT Championship, that was the first series to have ever run a race here on the Motegi Oval. It was for a exhibition event, their version of the All-Star race at the very end of the season. They held a race here at the oval. However, they put temporary chicanes on the turns itself. So effectively, the banked corners were turned into banked chicanes, and that was a bit of a silly event. There was a lot of fun with that one, but definitely an experimental type thing that I don't think I've ever seen at any kind of oval racing ever. And maybe for a good reason, but that was certainly an interesting event to have watched here doing my research for this race here. With that, now we'll go over to the starting lineup here for the Coca-Cola 500. Immediately you can see a big surprise up front. It's the 42 of Mika Janeiro, who has. I struggled to find anything in particular that this 42 team has been great at this season. Yeah. They've really been struggling for pace all season long, especially in the last month or so. We've seen that 42 car getting involved in early incidents pretty regularly, but no better place I think to avoid incidents than at the very front of the field. And well, the 42 team putting that Kroger Toyota Camry at the front, starting alongside it's Angeli Rugatino, who has taken a win at one of our international oval tracks. Of course, the race at Calder Park way back earlier on in the season. Looking at the rest of the top 10, row 2 is a red racing lockout with Juan Dayo and Davison. The 21 and 22 cars there doing well, putting their cars up front. Valicia Vanci starts in 5th. That's a driver that's really been strong in these last few weeks. I think has finished in the top 10 at least in the last 2 weeks in a row at the very least. Looking like a fringe playoff contender here late on in the running. As the regular season winds down. But that one team has been, looking at that one team, Valicia Vanci just inside the playoffs right now, last car in, with a 4th place finish at Rio and an 8th place finish at the Lausitz Ring. Good runs for that one team. Starting alongside her is second in points, Jocelina Nihale in the 64 car. Still looking to get her first win. Lots of opportunities for her to get a win, but still hasn't been able to do it. Starting in 6th place here. Row 4 to 31 of Taylor Hauptman. That's your Texas winner. Sky and Jeddah in the 16 car. Jamie McJasmine, your Montreal winner. And then Mauricia Vebels, your Las Vegas winner, rounding out the top 10. Definitely I'd say a good showing for, I'd say, both Red Racing and Southwest Racing here. 3 cars in the top 10 for the Toyota team. Oddly enough, it doesn't include the driver that's won for them, the 46 of Yanaga, who starts in 15th place, just a little bit further back. But every one of their cars starting in the top 15. Good qualifying performance for Southwest. We don't usually see that very often from that team, I don't think.
Yeah, they qualified really good here. It's honestly a little surprising to see. And the 42 car you mentioned earlier, I don't know what we've seen from her either. It's kind of shocking to see her up here. This top 5, row 1 to row 5 looks really interesting. I think everybody up here is usually either really good or kind of has just been having an interesting, better later half of the season than we've expected. Like Felicia Vancy, she's been really great lately, especially. I think Nihale as well. I mean, she's not a shocker to be up here. She's been performing really well.
She's always. Yeah, her race pace has always been pretty good.
Yeah, she's not too much of a shocker. Same with Sky and Jeddah. I think she's gonna have a lot of pace here. You go back to row 6, row 7. You have the 98 car. You have Perry Alacantes in row 6. She's been great. You have Abby Little, who's been having decent pace at these really big tracks like this.
Yeah, both MNC cars starting pretty far up the field there.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we have a really interesting, like front field and middle field.
Yeah, keeping with the keeping up with the pattern we've been going on here with these international races. Looking at potential, the prospective home races for some of these drivers. Of course, we mentioned Gennaro earlier. We mentioned Schliechenbach in the race at Lausitz Ring. Now, of course, it's Mika Harina's turn, driver with number 34 Holiday Inn Honda. That car starts on the outside of row 14, 28th place, right down kind of in the back of that mid pack, as you mentioned, with a lot of good drivers up there too. You notice Hollis Jukovic and Yapi Malkson, they're over there as well. Arden Stoneman, Arlen Handstrom as well. They're all up there. Bria DeLodge starting right one position back. Celia Rarison is there. A lot of good cars starting in that middle to kind of bottom midfield starting positions. I think those 20s to 30th place. That's a lot of cars sitting there. A lot of good cars, I think.
Yeah, and this is a really big track. There's going to be a lot of time here for them to make up ground too. That's why I'm not too worried about like their track position necessarily starting too far back, because I think a lot of these races here in the lower mid to just the end of the field here could probably really just crawl their way through, like a lot of them usually have done in races where they start in the back. And given how long this race is going to be, I could see a lot of them being able to do it.
Yeah, I agree. This is going to be a strategy-heavy race. I mentioned Atlanta Motor Speedway before the reconfiguration. Think of maybe a Rockingham or an Aguascalientes, the race we ran in Mexico in the Continental Series. All of those races are going to be good analogs, I think, for the kind of race that we'll see here. So, and in those races, starting up front isn't necessarily a big advantage early on. Although I will say it is always good to be at the front, I'd say, for the first round of green flag pit stops whenever that comes out, because the field does tend to spread out quite a bit as a result of these pit strategy on tracks with high tire wear like that. So I think the most important part is having a good car early on, trying to get as many positions as possible before that first round of green flag pit stops. That, I think, is going to be the main the main way teams are going to be able to set the pace for the race to come. All right, any final thoughts on the race to come here, Ellie, before we throw things over to the booth for the Coca-Cola 500?
No, I think that pretty much covered it. I think this is going to be great.
All right, and with that, thank you everyone for tuning in here to the pre-race show. We'll throw things over now to the booth where Echo and Anthony will be taking the reins of commentary for the Coca-Cola 500 here at Mobility Resort Motegi as oval racing returns to the oval here in Tochigi Prefecture in Japan.
And welcome to the beautiful Mobility Resort Motegi here in Motegi, Japan. We're about a couple hours north of Tokyo, and this is a very, very fun track. 500 miles we'll have in this race here from the 1.549 mile track in the mountains of Japan. This very, very interesting banked oval in Japan has been visited by many series in the past, and hopefully now we can make a tradition of coming back here with the AWSCO Windows Cup Series. All right, I'm joined by Anthony in the booth here. Anthony, what's up? How you feeling, and what do you think we'll see in this race?
Things are going all right for me personally, but anyways, Motegi. It's been a while since anybody has raced on the oval, and as said in the pre-race show, the track surface is kind of rough and not that good, but that should oppose a challenge for these drivers, tire wear and all. It should be a very interesting race. It could be like old Atlanta, where the surface was rough, and it's kind of like pill-shaped, just like old Atlanta. So it should be pretty interesting, but also it's kind of like a flat track, I would say, in the corners, not as banked as some of the other tracks. So that should be pretty interesting to see how that affects tire wear and racing strategies today.
If you want to give it an analog to a couple other tracks, it's kind of like a hybrid between Darlington and Gateway, because it's shaped unevenly with two different corners. Turn 1 with a lot wider radius than turns 1 and 2 have a lot wider radius than turns 3 and 4, but there's a little bit more banking and there's a little bit more speed that you carry through the corners, but it's wide like Gateway is. So we'll hopefully see a very interesting show today. All right, let's go through our starting grid. Row 1, Meika Gennaro starts on the pole with a surprising qualifying run. She's alongside Angeli Rugatino on that front row. Winner back at Calder Park. Row 2 is the 21 of Amani Wandayo, and the Charlotte winner, Andrea Davison, in the 22. She's got experience on the track with a lot of tire wear. Row 3, Felicia Vancy is alongside Jocelina Nihale. Vancy's been on a real hot streak lately. Finished top 10 the last 2 races, and she's actually driven herself into a playoff position in terms of where the points stand. Row 4, the Texas winner, Taylor Happeman, another track where you manage tires alongside Sky and Jetta. Row 5, Gianni McJasmin is alongside Mauricia Vebels, probably the closest analog we see. Vebels won back at Las Vegas, which has a lot of tire wear as well. Row 6 is the 82 Pace Lanieri and the 18 of Perry Alicantes, who won back at Denver. Row 7 is the 71 of Abby Little, winner back in Michigan, and the 98 of Eva Jarsaraj. Row 8, last week's winner, Genfi Yanaga, alongside the 91 of Alicia Byrne. Row 9 is the 26 Sophie Chantazé and the 2 of Isa Ijavida. Row 10 is the 19 Arlen Handstrom and the 17 Dira Reister. Row 11, the 10 of Adi Stoneman and the 15 of Tebrizia Tolerone. Row 12 is the 27 Nietzsche Garnston and the 23 of Yavi Malekson, who comes in the points leader. Row 13, the 62 Halis Jukovic and the 38 of Youngwei Ku. Row 14 is the 9 of Carly Byrne and hometown driver Mika Harina in the 34. Row 15, the 55 of Bria Delade with 3 wins this year, including California, alongside the 20 of DeGabi Abriella. Row 16 is the 32 of Sidney Rariston and the 72 of Janet Parkings. Row 17 is the 8 of Laurie Schliesenbach and the 60 of Emery Wesco. Row 18, the 13 of Yania Waterton, who won at Kentucky, and the 93 of Irina Tosima, who won at Phoenix. Row 19, the 52, Rachel Cole, and the 92 of Michele Yatica. And in row 20 is the 3, Mimi Barrino, and the 39, Lily Talberson, who's got a couple wins this year at Pocono and Rio de Janeiro. Talberson's been very good at the weirdly shaped tracks, but this race she's going to have to come from very deep in the field. She qualified dead last. Well, what do you think we're going to see here? Who do you think is going to be best at managing their tires in this one? Because this track has a lot of tire wear. In practice, they were running almost 5 seconds off their fastest laps in practice. So, what do you think we're going to see?
Oh, I'm not really sure. I think, yeah, we're going to see a lot of tire wear, but on the question of who's going to save their tires the best, I'm not really sure who's the best at saving their tires. I think you gave some pretty good examples when you gave the starting lineup on who was going to end up winning this, who is going to end up winning this race based on their performances this year. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Pace cars off. Gennaro and Rugatino lead them to the green flag. We're racing in Japan. Good jump by Gennaro on the start. She gets away from the 96, and so does the 21 of Amani Wandayo. Wandayo's up to second. Looking to the inside on the 42 already into turn number 3. But Gennaro's going to fight back on the high side and hold the lead for that opening lap and secure a bonus point. She already got 1 bonus point for winning the pole. She's got 2 now. So we got a car on the wall. That's Eva Jarsaraj in the 98. Oh, we got another couple cars on the wall. It's Delade and Abriella and Kuz around, and the 39 of Talberson has damage.
Oh.
Yania Waterton involved. Caution is out.
That was a big one.
Caution is out early here in Motegi on just the second lap of the race. Well, already a fairly interesting start to this one. Talberson, Waterton, and Abriella have all dropped out of the race, so... And looks like everybody's coming to pit road. I wonder if this is going to be for tires, or if these cars are just going to take a splash of fuel and leave.
Very early to pit. It's like 4 laps in.
Looks like almost
Maybe-
everyone's taken 4 tires. Well, Vancy's not.
She's definitely risking it.
Handstrom, Garnston. Those two those two did not take tires. I mean, we're only about 3 laps in, so I think it's, I think you can risk it right now. Let's go back and check out what happens to the 55 of Bria Delade to bring out the first caution of the day. They're 4 wide back here. Delade just gets into Carly Byrne. They almost had it saved, but Koo got involved and, oh, Waterton nowhere to go.
Tough luck for Waterton. Tough luck for most of these drivers.
Tough luck for a lot of those drivers that got involved in that. Talberson, Waterton, and Abriella out of the race. And remember that at the in-season tournament coming up as well, Talberson actually had the best average finish coming into this race, which is how the seeding would be determined for the in-season tournament that starts at Indianapolis in a couple weeks. Talberson's going to take a big hit to that now because she's added a 40th place finish to her first and her 7th places. So the only driver left now that has top 10s in both of the first two seeding races is the one that's leading this race right now, Felicia Vancy. Oh, the 71's pulled down low. Looks like Abby Little might have a problem here. Rasha.
Yep, looking at the strategy aspect of this right now, with the surface and with some of the times that we're seeing in practice, I think we would expect about 4 seconds of tire fall off per lap to be the baseline as to when you really want to start considering coming in to take tires. We'll see what happened to the 71 there later on, but given that we've only run, I think, 2 or 3 laps of green flag racing here, this is probably the only time where taking either 2 or no tires would be an acceptable risk to take at any point of the race, I would say. So do look out for the cars up front here who didn't take tires, see how they do. It's gonna be very important to see whether or not even a 2 or 3 lap advantage is gonna be significant enough to cause issues for these teams at the front.
Well, lights are out on the pace car, so we are about to go back to green. The 71's come down pit road, so that definitely is not scheduled because she was pretty well off there. Well, if we can get a green flag run going here, this is when that's when we're gonna see the tire wear really kick in. But it's a hot day and it's a cloudy day, so while there's a decent amount of grip in the track, there's not a ton. And I think that's going to really challenge these drivers, especially with the occasional sunlight that peeks through just on occasion. All right, pace cars come off. Vancy, Handstrom, Garnston stayed out. Green flag. Handstrom looks to the inside on Vancy. Handstrom trying to take this spot away, but now we're going to see, especially in the corners now, the high side's going to just get a bit of a better run. There's a little more grip up there. Vancy led that time by. Here comes Amani Wandayo in the 21 car. Pretty clean out back. And Vancy now clear for the race lead. Handstrom looks to fight, but she can't even hang on to second here. Garnston with a big run up to the outside of the 19. Put the 27 up into second spot. How about Amani Wandayo getting up here?
Really starting to fall like a rock. She's almost down to 5th place.
That's that inside lane. It just doesn't work.
Very interesting. Oh.
27's
27.
pitting. Garnston's coming to pit road. I'm not sure why. Well, that will move Wandayo now to second. Taylor Happeman's up to third. Ellie, you got word on the 71 a little?
It looks like the 71's car had some kind of fuel system issue, which is what ended up taking her down to the pits during that yellow stop.
A very unfortunate scenario for Abby Little, who has a win already at one of the big tracks this year. One back at Michigan. Amani Wandayo looking underneath the one of Vancy. This is for the race lead. Can Wandayo get clear off turn number 4? No, not quite.
Really good run through the corner, though.
That's going to be the way you're going to pass. And if you're going to pass on the bottom lane, you're going to have to do it like that with a slide job in 3 and 4, because in 1 and 2... 1 and 2 has a much wider radius, so you're carrying a little more momentum off the top side. But in 3 and 4, you can really try to dive bomb it. But Wandayo's doing
fighting on that inside. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Wandayo's doing a remarkably good job maintaining the inside.
And she's gonna clear.
Keep in mind that the 21 only has about 2 less laps on her tires, and she just cleared the 1 car on the inside. That's how much the tires matter.
Yeah, that's really a sign of how much tire wear this track causes.
Wandayo leads the way. We'll cycle back a little bit further back in the pack right now just to check on some other cars. There's Yenfi Yanaga, winner last week in Lausitzring. The 96 Angeli Rugatino right now battling with the 99 Marisha Vebelst for the 10th position. Focusing on points leader Yappy Malix, and she's back here in 28th right now, but still trying to make up some ground. That car does look pretty clean, so that's probably the most important thing to her. Well, she also started towards the back, so.
Fair enough.
How about the 82 Paceland Yuri is starting to make up some ground. She's up to 4th spot. You got Gennaro trying to get around the outside of Vancy, trying to take 2nd. And Gennaro wants to get back to the lead that she lost under the pit cycle. Andrea Davison there trying to get around Taylor Happeman. And we are starting to see that the cars that skip taking tires on this last caution are starting to fall back. Nietzsche Garnston did fall a lap down from that pit stop. First time we've had a race on the oval in years. The oval had the banking damaged by the massive earthquake that struck Japan in 2011. And so, as a result, that's resulted in the track having an obscene amount of tire wear. The banking is so jarred and messed up that it really wreaks havoc on these tires. Yuria trying to get past Vancy. Jeez, that was an awful voice crack. And the 82 will get clear of the 1 car, so Paceland Yuria is now up to 3rd. Remember, Paceland Yuria did quite well at Calder Park, which is another track that runs fairly similarly to this one. It's kind of got the whole thing of the slow banking in the, the banking in the corners. Kind of got a shallow-ish banking in the corners at Calder Park, but not too shallow. Kind of similar to Motegi here. Motegi has 10 degrees of banking on each end of the track, which, interestingly enough, is less than Martinsville. But it does not look like it has less banking than Martinsville.
No, not at all.
Well, and Handstrom here fighting with Davison. Yenfi Yanaga's made her way into the top 10. Just trying to get by Nihale. As Happman and Vancy fight for position here. Those two on the same tire strategy. NordVPN fastest lap right now. Marisha Vebelst in the 99 car. Sitting 14th right now. She has the fastest lap of the race. Scored a 33.268. And I think that's the other thing I'm kind of noticing here. Is that they're not running that much faster times than they were in practice, even though it's cloudy, and so while that would normally put a little more grip on the track, it's still very hot out. And I believe they have a tailwind down the front stretch as well.
Fancy looks like she's starting to fall back.
She is. She's trying to hang on to fourth here, but
Yeah, she did a good job that time, but we'll see if
how about Yenfi Yanaga in the 46? She's gotten by all these cars. But she was on the very bottom.
Oh,
They're going to go four wide into turn one here. This track is wide enough for four wide. Oh, the 6 and the 46 made a little contact there.
Those are teammates.
Yeah, teammates. And those are the two Southwest cars with wins this season. They're just getting aggressive for the love of the game, I guess. Paisley Yuria trying to go for second here. Here comes the 82 car. She's on a roll right now. She looks to the outside, and she's going to take the second spot from the 42. Yuria started all the way back in 11th spot, so
Looks like she's got a strong car today.
while it's hard to make up ground here, it's not impossible, and you can see it. It'll happen. And look who's decided to grace the top 10. That's Jira Reister in the 17 car. She's up into the 9th spot now. Reister has struggled this season. It has been... Well, she hasn't scored a top 10 the entire season.
That's not ideal.
She's looking just for anything, for any good run. How about a driver with some good hometown momentum here, too? There's Mika Harina in the 34 car. And you can tell while you can kind of tell which cars are losing pace, you can also kind of tell which cars aren't on the best tires. And keep in mind that there's only about a 2-3 lap difference between those cars that took fresh tires and the cars that didn't, as we have a caution.
Oh.
And I'm not entirely sure why. See if we can figure out what the caution's for. But the yellow flag is out. After about 25 laps here from Motegi, and they'd lost about a second on tires.
It's kind of big.
Well, everyone's coming to pit road, to the surprise of nobody. This is going to be a track where pretty much every pit call is going to be... It's going to be a pretty easy pit call, I think.
Yeah, it's just like Darlington, where the easiest strategy is to just get more tires again.
4 tires and fuel every time, I think, is going to be the strategy here.
It's a smart strategy.
Well, I think that any other strategy after about 10 laps on tires is just going to hurt you. Oh, so close. I don't know if the 21 or 82 won the race off pit road, but it was very close between those two. Let's see if we can figure out what happens to cause the caution to bring the yellow flag out for the second time today. I don't see anybody spinning around or anything, so yeah, it looks like it might have just been. We'll see if we can follow up with the AWSCO officials on why the caution was thrown there, but I don't see anything. Ellie?
Yeah, it looks like we're getting reports that debris was spotted by one of the drivers, and they ended up pointing it out, which is what caused the caution to be thrown up.
I guess I wouldn't be too surprised if one of these cars with damage, like the 38, might have just shedded some debris and brought out the yellow. Nietzsche Garnston gets the free pass on this yellow flag, so the 27's back on the lead lap here. So 28 laps about to be complete here from Motegi.
Lights are on, I think.
You are correct. The lights are in fact out on the pace car. The 98 of Ajar Siraj is still on pit road, and I'm not entirely sure why.
Well, that's not good for her. She was running top 10 for a little bit there.
Yeah. Amani Wandayo, Yiria, Yanaga, Vancy, Gennaro, Happeman, Reister, Davison, McJasmina, and Harina the top 10 as we're about to head back to green. I'm sure Mika Harina would like to have a good performance in front of her fans. Harina from Yokohama, which is just a little bit south of Tokyo. And we're already only about a couple hours north of Tokyo here. Green flag. We're back to racing. And Amani Wandayo already had a pretty solid start there. Pretty solid restart from that 21 car.
3 wide.
We're looking at 3 wide back right there with Happeman and Vancy. Yenfa Yanaga's up to third. There's Gennaro fighting with Vancy for fourth right now. And going back to Mika Harina, how sweet would it be for her to win here? Not only for her home fans, but also for Honda, who built this track. That's obviously who she drives for. None of the...
A lot of pride.
None of...
pride for both of those.
Yeah. Yanaga was really close to having contact with Pacelin Iria there. Fair few drivers from, well, really all over Asia in the field here still. Yenfa Yanaga from China. And obviously she won last week in Germany. You've got Youngwei Koo in the 38 from South Korea. Mika Harina in the 34.
Obviously.
Obviously. This is still a home race for a decent amount of drivers too. Here comes Dira Reister in the 17 up into the top 5, by the way. 17 car is up here, and that's another car, and that's, you know, she's battling with Gennaro, and these are two drivers who have had kind of the worst seasons they could imagine having. Neither of these two have been very good. But they're running pretty well right now, up in the top 5. Gennaro trying to hold Reister off for 4th right now. See multiple cars trying to go up the outside here for position. There's Jocelyn Nihale making her way into the top 10. She's now up to 9th. And now she goes through the middle of the 31 and the 1 here.
Oh, risky play. Didn't quite work out.
It could work out. She at least got by the 1 here, and she'll have the momentum off 4.
Yeah, good momentum. And
Gennaro now looking to the inside on Yanaga for 3rd.
oh, what a bump.
17 tried to make the move on the 46 of Yanaga, but Yanaga's going to fight back. Gennaro's up to 3rd now. Meanwhile, Mondayo's gotten a little bit of a lead, about half a second over the 82 of Yuria, but Gennaro has caught up to that 82 as well. And now Reister's trying to hang on to 5th from the 6 of McJasmina. That's 3 Southwest Racing cars all right there. And Southwest Racing has had some really fast cars pretty much throughout the World Tour. They were very fast in Lausitzring last week. Obviously, Yanaga won the race, but McJasmina was close to the front, and so was in Jeddah. And now you're seeing 3 of their cars up towards the front again here in Japan. Right now, it's the red racing car of Amani Wandayo leading the way for all of them. And, you know, we've talked about some drivers calling this, you know, some drivers might find this as a home track. This might be the furthest track away from where Wandayo is from.
Yeah, yeah, you don't say. She's from Peru.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's almost on the entirely opposite side of the world from Japan. Gennaro trying to hold off McJasmina for 3rd, but the 6 car is now starting to make ground. Gennaro just can't get clear. That's the thing, is if you can pull off a slide job in turns 3 and 4, you can really make it. You can make the inside work, but you have to get clear and you have to really get aggressive. As now McJasmina goes for second on Yeria.
As they continue to fight for second, that's going to allow Huandayo to keep her lead.
Jasmine drove it a little too deep into the corner there, though.
Not
I
ideal.
let Gennaro by, but McJasmina fights back. Now Gennaro using the outside to get by the 82 for second.
Oh, great dive bomb by Reister.
But Amani Wandayo has also kind of had a bit of a struggle this season. Obviously, she missed the in-season tournament. She sits 37th in the points right now as Yannick is around and the 82's involved. Nihale's in it. Rugatino is around. And that's going to bring out another caution.
And suddenly, a couple of our contenders might be in a bit of trouble.
Looks like Ajarsaraj retired from the race. I didn't notice why. It says accident, though. That was unfortunate for Yenfi Yanaga and Paceland area there. Well, we've made it about, what, 12, 13 laps on this tire run? I think everybody comes in for 4 tires here. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to me. Unless it's like what we saw in the first caution. If the caution comes out like a couple laps later, I doubt we'll see anybody try to stay out or not take tires at all.
Nobody's off the lead lap. We'll watch the race off pit road, and then we'll get a replay as to what happened there between Yenfi Yanaga and the 82 of Paceland area. Now everybody's taking 4 tires. And Gennaro wins the race out.
Wake up. Oh.
But McJasmina jumps up to second.
Slower stop for Huandayo.
Yeah, Wandayo did not get it off pit road very well. Gennaro's still accelerating up to speed.
I think it's going to be a real test now to see how good that 10 is. If she can get through the traffic and get back into the lead. But let's see what happened to Yanaga here.
So she's racing back here. Got Yuria with her. Looks to the outs. Looks to the inside on the 82. They're 3 wide coming off the corner. Just tiny contact with the 6 of McJasmina. Just a slight bit of contact and bumps her into the 82.
I'm surprised that wasn't a bigger wreck. That was right in front of the field.
You know what I'm more surprised about? Nobody retired from that. Everybody who was in that wreck is still running.
That too.
Well, it's a Southwest 1-2 at the front of the field with Gennaro and McJasmina out front. Amani Wandayo's dropped back to 3rd. Dura Reister, Andrea Davieson's up to 5th. Izzy Javida, Halis Jukovic, Velisha Vancy, Sky and Jetta, and Mika Harina the top 10 right now. Yeah, everybody took 4 tires there, so.
I think it'll also be interesting to see how good the 42 and 6 are compared to the 10.
See what happened to the 98. Why did she retire?
Oh, that's why.
That would explain it. Exits pit road and the 71 runs. Oh!
Oh.
That would do it. 71 forced her right into her teammate.
Ford on Ford on Ford violence.
Well, the 42's back out front. No free pass. Everybody who was running was on the lead lap at the time of the caution, so there is no free pass.
Ow.
Everyone's shifting down into restart gear. Gennaro and McJasmina will lead them back to the green here. The Southwest tandem. Green flag. We're back to racing here. Here comes Wandaya around the outside of McJasmina. 21 car. Already back to second.
Oh man, and she looks fast too. She's already caught up with the 42. Not quite close enough to make a move just yet.
Not quite there. But she's looking.
Might have a chance here. No, couldn't get underneath.
Well, I think as well, if you're trying to get by, I think if you're the 21, you want to go to the top side on the 42. That's how you're going to make the pass. You want to go up. You want to do that.
I think she slid up too much. Yeah. But she's going to get a good run on the front stretch.
She's got a pretty good run. Not going to be able to do much with her right now. She does look to the inside.
17 hit the wall.
No, just up high.
Got way out of the groove.
Yeah, that might be the groove, honestly. Running up that high.
Yeah. Here comes McJasmina.
6 car trying to get underneath. Not going to be able to do much. Now the 21 with the run off the corner. Going to look to the inside on Gennaro. How about Davieson's gotten up to third now by the 6 car. Halis Jukovic is up here. Wandayo's almost clear off turn 2.
Almost. Now she is.
She's not quite clear. Now she's clear. And Wandayo's back to the front.
Yeah, I think that shows she has the best car right now.
Definitely.
No doubt.
How about Dira Reister, who's now clocked the fastest lap?
She really wants that top 10. She wants to break the heartbreak of what the season has been.
Yeah, it's been a rough one for Reister. And it's, kind of suspected that Reister's not going to be back at this team next season. As McJasmina looks to the inside on Gennaro, Davieson tries to get through to make it 3 wide. Davieson wants to try and make it a red racing one, too.
Harina almost into the top 5.
Yeah, how about the 34 has made her way up here?
Yukovic as well, kind of just came out of nowhere.
Yukovic got up here in that pit cycle. I think she had a good
Yeah,
stop.
Good pit cycle for her. And now teammates fighting each other. I think those are teammates, right?
62 and 34, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Arena's trying to get around McJasmina first.
Oh, might be held up by her teammate for a second. But she'll easily get the run down the backstretch, and into the top 5 she goes.
Yeah, 34 cars clear, so 5th place for Harina. But the 6 car looks to the inside. Once again, but that's going to just help Harina. And Davison is losing a lot of momentum up top now.
Oh, McJasmina.
6 car is not letting up. Here comes the 26 of Chantose. Remember, Chantose finished 2nd back at Rio de Janeiro.
Triangle.
No, that's a trapezoid.
My bad.
Yukovic has gotten clear for 3rd. Wandayo still continues to lead, though. This 21 has looked like the strongest car. But for how long? 21, I think, is definitely strong on the short run. I think what I'd be curious on is where is that 21 on the long run?
Yeah, we haven't really gotten a long run yet in this race.
Yeah. Most we've gotten is about, what, 20 laps or so?
Yeah, about so. That's been our longest run.
Gennaro now battling with Yukovic for 2nd. 62 car. Getting some decent runs off of turn 2 there.
Flying through the field. At pit strategy, they must have made an adjustment or something during that last pit stop, because she looks pretty fast right now.
Yeah, the 62 does look quite fast. The 34 of Harina was way up, almost against the wall, but that's kind of a fast way to run around here. Get up by the wall, you can really pick up the throttle early. And guess who's arrived into the top 10? It is the 23 of Yappy Malikson.
Oh boy.
She is here as well. Well, she hasn't won yet this season. That's the points leader, and she just manages to get really good finishes week in and week out. She has not finished worse than 17th since Road America. That was 11 races ago.
That's the definition of consistency.
Yeah. Malikson has been super consistent. Just hasn't been able to get that win. Here comes the 22 of Davison. 3 of the 4 red racing cars are up here, and Davison is going to get cleared for 2nd as the caution is right back out again. Someone has spun down the back straightaway.
Was it the 8?
I think it might have been the 8 of Schliesenbach.
We got another mystery on our hands.
I saw smoke. That was about everything I saw. Might have made contact with the 9 of Carly Byrne.
Maybe slid up. Oh, yep. Into the 60.
Into the 60 of AWSCO. Somehow that did not involve more cars. In fact, I think that both of them are going to get away with that, mostly pretty much scot-free.
So peak.
And both of them are going to get away with that. That was Schliesenbach and AWSCO in the 60 car. Fourth caution of the day here from Motegi. Not something that I think a lot of us expected. And practice was pretty clean. And pretty much every test race I ran didn't even have a yellow flag at the beginning, on the beginning run, so. Andrea Davison won the race off pit road in the 22 car. Seeing the drivers all sort themselves out. I believe the 42 cycled out second off pit road. But we do have a new leader now off pit road. The 21 crew once again could not come up clutch for their driver, and Wandayo slid back to fourth. It is now Andrea Davison that's taking the lead. The interesting thing as well with Yappy Malikson, she started pretty deep in the field. She started back in 24th, and she's made her way all the way up to the top 10 here already. And the fourth Red Racing car is in 14th. This has been a really good day for Red Racing so far. Audie Stoneman, the worst running of their cars, and she's back at 14th.
She's got to join in on the fun.
Yeah.
Missing out.
So Davison leads Gennaro, Jukovic, Wandayo, and McJasmina here in Motegi. And this race is still all about tires. Lights are out on the pace car, so we are going to go back green this time. Davison, Gennaro. Nika Gennaro's looked very fast and fast enough to lead this race. But she's had challenges from a couple other cars here as we've gone through this race, and Amani Wandayo's looked like the fastest car, but Wandayo's now mired once again back in fourth place on this restart. She's dropped back even further on this restart than she did last time.
It's about one position.
She restarted third last time, and now she's restarting fourth here, so.
But
We'll
just
see.
like the last restart, I think she can easily get through the field.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll see if she can do what she did last time, where she was able to get to the lead in just a couple laps. Pace car pulls off. Davison leads them to the green flag. We're back to racing. And Gennaro did not get a particularly great restart. That first corner is very difficult on a restart because you're going in right at about the speed you want to be mid-corner. So here comes Mika Gennaro.
Looks like Wandayo might be in trouble.
She got held up a little bit, but she has the outside now.
Oh, McJasmina.
Very much becoming an Atlantic versus Southwest versus Red kind of day here. Here
Red.
comes the 32 of Cinlia Rariston. And then you just throw in Shantaze up here, who's just here because why not, I guess. Further back in the field, this is what things look like. Battle for third takes place. Battle for the lead. Here comes Gennaro looking to the inside. Here comes McJasmina trying to slide up on Jukovic. Just can't get clear. Gennaro looked to the inside on Davison. Couldn't get it done. McJasmina wants the spot. I don't think she wants to stop at anything. And Cinlia Rariston's going to take advantage by going up to the top side and try to get by both of them here. Rariston up to fourth now. Here's the fight for sixth, Wandayo and Harina. As this battle starts to inch closer and closer.
Rariston just showing up out of nowhere as well, like her teammate. I got some interesting pit strategies at Atlantic.
Yeah, well, it's worked.
Yeah, it's worked so far.
All of their cars have been towards the front at some point in this race. Not at the same time, because Nihil is pretty far back right now, and she's still suffering from the damage that she sustained in that incident earlier. But she's making her way up through.
Yeah.
Harina trying to get by at Wandayo, but here comes the 23 of Yappy Malikson. Rariston's gone by the 62. This 32 car now up here into the third spot. Now she may be looking at a spot on Gennaro.
Ooh, didn't get.
She got blocked
Didn't get
a
a
little
good
bit.
entry.
She got blocked a little bit.
Good defense there.
Jumps to the high side. McJasmina tries to jump even higher. Wandayo holds off Harina for now. And look who's showing her face here now with Harina with this battle. That's Yappy Malikson in the 23 car. 3 wide back here. That's Parkings, Vancy, and Chantase. Rariston to the outside of the 42 for second.
Oh, 42. Really driving it in there.
She drove
Closed
it
up the
deep,
gap.
but Rariston fights back.
Yeah, Rariston gonna fight back.
And this is the spot where the outside has a lot better chance here in turns 1 and 2. Rariston's still not able to get completely clear of the 42 here. And now Gennaro's trying to make a move for the lead on Davison. Not able to get it quite yet, and now that's forced the 42 out low. Here comes Rariston back to the outside.
Rariston might start fighting for the lead too.
Yeah. That top side just carries so much more momentum down the straightaway. So Rariston gets clear, and now she looks to the inside, tries to pull a crossover on Davison here into turn 1.
Gonna have the momentum here. Or not quite, never mind.
McJasmine has cleared the 42 as well, so the 6 car is up to 3rd, and now looking for 2nd on Rariston.
And she'll get 2nd. Spoke too soon.
Kind of slid a little bit, but got the momentum on corner exit. Here comes Gennaro, who got the run.
Gennaro. Very
got a
aggressive
big run.
wide move.
Who's it going to end up benefiting? Oh, they're tight off the corner there. Not Gennaro. That 42 had to check up.
Nope. Now Rairston on the inside.
How about when Dios showed back up here?
Uh-oh. That might be a problem for the rest of the field if she gets back up.
Rariston's clear of the 6. Now she's going to try to make that work to get to the 22. Quite close racing here at the front.
Yeah, quite close racing, but not a lot of battling for the lead. I wonder if that has to do with the Clean Air.
I think Clean Air does have a little bit to play with it, but also I think it's just partially, it's a little bit harder to get to the outside of the leader.
Oh yeah, that too. Maybe tire wear as well. There's a lot of factors.
Well, tire wear is definitely a factor just regardless here.
Yeah.
When do we go back green again? Lap 63 or something? 62 or 63, something like that. Here comes McJasmine for 2nd.
Good run down the front stretch.
Yeah, the 6 car got a great run. She's going to try to get clear into turns 1 and 2.
I don't think I've seen that from a driver so far this race.
She is clear. Mondio's now dropped back. She's actually dropped back behind the 23. The 10 car is up into the top 10. So that's all 4 red racing cars now in the top 10.
Byrne also a part of the top 10.
Yeah, Alicia Byrne. No, that's Alicia Byrne in the 9 one. Carly Byrne's in the 9.
Whoops.
Carly Byrne's not running too badly, though. She's in 16th. So McJasmine has closed up on the 22 here. Fastest lap, NordVPN fastest lap right now is Alicia Byrne in the 91. 2nd on that chart, the 9 of Carly Byrne.
So the sisters are fast.
Yeah.
Good defense here by Davison.
She's hanging on for now, but McJasmine is there.
And she wants the lead.
Jasmine led quite a bit last week in Lausitz Ring. She's going to try to get momentum off turn 4 here by going to the outside. And she got quite a bit of it.
Not enough to
get to the 22, though. Yeah.
Yeah. And now she's fighting with Gennaro again.
42 drove it deep on the 6 there. That's the thing, is I'm kind of surprised because I was expecting this to be a bit of quite the top feeder, and the bottom lane has held remarkably well.
Yeah, it's produced some solid racing so far. Looks like Gennaro might get 2nd. Good run on the front stretch.
Yeah, just not going to be able to get clear.
Yeah, McJasmine will fight back.
Momentum on the high side for the 6 car. How about
High
Yappy
side is
Malikson up to 6th?
still obviously the preferred lane, but you can use the bottom lane a little bit.
Jasmine is still kind of trying to use the top side, even when she doesn't have somebody battling with her. And I think that that's both helping and hurting her, because it's a little harder to hit your marks up there.
Oh, she slowed up.
Yeah, like that. Look who's arrived here now, Mika Harina in the 34. She's up here battling for 3rd.
If she gets the lead, these fans are going to go insane.
Oh, absolutely. They're catching a lap car, the 55 of Bria Delade.
Joe fighting for second is the teammates.
Yeah, but not for long. Here comes
Oh,
Harina to the
Trying
middle 3 wide.
Trying to split the deuce.
She got by the 42. So she's up to 3rd. Now the 22 is gonna have to get by the 55 here on the bottom lane. They're all gonna have to go down to the bottom here.
Uh-oh.
So here's the fight for second now.
Oh, man. That definitely held up McJasmine a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think it held her up too badly, though.
Doesn't help that Harina is fighting with you.
Yeah, the 34's got a great pull off the corner that time. She's actually going to clear the 6 here off of turn 2.
Wow. And now she's one position away from taking the lead.
That would be a sight to see.
That would be amazing.
McJasmine are really trying to fight back, though. She drove it deep on the top side. That 6 car has pushed herself right back into the battle here. See if Harina can get cleared. Can't quite do it.
All fighting for second as...
Davison continues to lead.
Yeah, once again. As we pretty much seen all race, it's pretty easy to battle for second. For first, not so much.
I think it'll get there. I think it's just that there's so many cars that are fighting for the lead that they kind of all get stuck up battling for second here.
Yeah, I agree. Field is still pretty close together and all. We haven't quite gotten any like green flag pit stops or even a long run for that matter. So
Yeah.
if we get there at some point, that'll be very interesting to watch, especially with the tire wear.
Jasmine is there. She's all over that 22. Just not able to do anything with it though. How about this? Here's Yappy Malikson now up looking for a spot on the top 5, trying to get by the 42 of Gennaro. Alicia Byrne has climbed up here.
McJasmine
Went high. But now she's going to get the run on the top side.
Yeah, she's gonna get the run. Does she have any room? She does. But I think Davison will hang on. Never mind, I spoke too soon again.
Here comes the 6 car to the outside. And gonna make
Great
the
run.
run for the lead. And Davison just can't
He's
fight
gonna get
that.
it.
New leader,
There we go,
it's
new leader.
McJasmina. Oh, but the 6 car
Davison.
slowed up. Davison took it right back.
Great momentum shift by Davison.
And McJasmina isn't even going to get credited with a lap led there. '96 of Rugatino is exiting the pits. We'll see. Ellie, do you have any info on what happened to the '96 there?
Yeah, it looks like the 96 had some kind of oil leak going on with that car. Ripped a little bro.
Well, with the way that car looks, I am not tremendously surprised. But now, this is where we're going to start to see. This is where the tires really will kick in here, because this 96 is on fresh tires. This car is damaged. It will probably still be faster than most of the rest of the field here on those fresh tires.
Oh boy.
McJasmina finally did clear for the lead and lead at the start-finish line as well. So McJasmina finally gets that lap led. Davison looking to the inside. Harina's trying to fend off Gennaro here for third. And now the 34 trying to get to the outside of Davison for second. She had a great run on the outside that time. She drives it deep on the outside lane here. And look at that 96 kind of just showing up here in the picture now. She's multiple laps down. But she has fresh tires. So she has infinitely more cornering speed than everybody else right now. Here comes the 34 of Harina looking for the lead. And here comes the 96 going to try to blow by both of them. I think that startled Harina a little bit.
Blow by both of them. Well, I don't even know how many laps down.
Oh, contact between the
Oh,
96
no,
and the 34.
You cannot do that if you're a lap car.
I don't think she was trying to. 96 is on fresh tires, keep in mind, so she's 2 laps down right now, but she's on fresh tires, so that's making her look a lot faster than her pace really indicates. You're seeing it really on the straightaways here, especially with the 96. Here comes the 22 of Davison looking to the outside of McJasmina for the race lead. She wants it back. Harina's right there on both of them.
Here comes the 96 again.
Davison at the line takes the lead away. Oh, but Davison really slid in the corner. The 2 of Ijavida is slow. She's off the pace. Looks like she stopped on track, but it's not going to bring out a caution. We're going to stay green. Ooh, Rugatino and McJasmina came very close to making contact there.
Rigatino is definitely not helping any of these drivers,
No,
especially McJasmina.
she's trying to fend for herself right now. Let's help Davison get away a little bit. Ellie, what's up on the 2 of Ijavida?
Her car was having some really weird suspension issues, so that's what took her to the pits.
Very unfortunate for Ijavida. She needed a good run, and she's not going to get it.
Oh well.
This is easily our longest green flag run of the day.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
We've been on green for about 40 or so laps here in this run. Hopefully we'll see them come down. Hopefully we'll see a green flag pit cycle in this one.
McJasmina really wants second back.
She does. She wants the lead back, I think. There's another lap car they're catching up on, the 38 of Youngwei Ku. Probably terrible to find out that her name sounded like Youngwei Ku in the NFL, got released from the Atlanta Falcons.
Very unfortunate.
It's not like the Falcons replaced Ku with anybody good at the kicking position, though. McJasmine is finally clear for second. Gennaro's taken third away. Harina's trying to hang on to fourth. How about Audie Stoneman, who's just driven into the 6th spot?
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, she's kind of driving her way through. There's Yappy Malikson up there. They close in on the lap car, and the 6th tries to close in on the 22. Yeah, remember what you were saying about there not being that much of a battle for the lead? That's kind of changed.
Yeah, with the long run, I think, and the lap cars as well. I think that's definitely allowed these drivers to start battling for the lead now, I guess.
They'll put the 38 a lap down here. Kind of just cycling through the field right now. There's where Wandios fell into. She's actually dropped into 11th spot now. Gennaro looking underneath McJasmina here. Here comes the 6th. She got a good run. I would expect the pit window to start opening up fairly soon. Take a look at their lap times here. They're about 3 seconds off their fastest laps of the race right now. 22 ran a pretty normal lap, and she ran 3.3 seconds off her fastest lap of the race. So, if you're looking for tire wear, this is it. They have that tire. That tire wear is really kicking in. As McJasmina looks to the inside on Davison. Now Gennaro to the outside on McJasmina. That 6 car did a lot of work to catch the 22, but the 42 might be the benefactor of it. Because here comes Gennaro.
Can't be too happy if you are McJasmina and your teammate decides to take advantage and ruin your progress, but
Well, Gennaro didn't really get help that time, but she's going to get to the outside of Davison.
Good entry.
Very good exit for
Davison.
Davison.
Davison. She's gonna clear. And
She's
continue
clear,
to
but
lead.
Gennaro is going to try and drive back to her outside. 22's leaving the door open. .42 is going to power down off turn number 2, and she'll take the lead. She gets away from this 22. Davison has been really good at fighting on that inside. It's not good enough right now. Here comes McJasmina. Big run for the 6 car. Just nowhere to... She can't really do anything, though, because that 42 is in the way. Now she's going to do something. To the outside of the 42 of Gennaro here.
Teammates going at it.
Teammates fighting for the lead.
I think McJasmine, oh, not quite. Looks like Gennaro might hang on. And she will. And Davison will get up into second, possibly.
No. Here comes the 6.
Oh, McJasmine. Really good run. But not enough to even...
She couldn't have it at the line, but she's getting close to the outside on the 42. .42 is clear. Still nobody's dropped down to pit road just yet. 2 car of Javed is out of the race. McJasmine to the inside now. She's going to try the other way around on the 42 here. If I can't get by on the top, let's try the bottom.
Gotta try to do something.
That might hurt her more, though.
Yeah, no, that didn't really work.
Davison's now gotten to her outside.
But she's fighting back.
She's
But
sticking.
she isn't really going to get a good run at all.
Who's got a really good
Harina.
run? The 34 of Harina's looking underneath here. They might go 4 wide. Here comes the 32 of Raristown.
Oh, man.
Oh, the 32 had to check up. Davison's clear for second. And now Davison looks to the inside on Gennaro for the race lead.
Side by side. Davison going a bit lower.
Here comes the 6 to the outside. Here comes the 91. She's driven up through here. She's actually managed to make her way to 4th. She got by both the 34 and the 32. I didn't even notice Alicia Byrne.
Kind of just came out of nowhere. And Alexson fell back a bit.
She's dropped back behind Jukovic and Stoneman right now, in 9th place right now. Expecting pit stops at any moment now. Burns clear for 3rd. She may end up looking for 2nd here fairly soon. Southwest Racing 1-2 right now. Yeah, we got cars coming to pit road. 42 and 6 are both in.
Here we go. Teammates in.
Pit stops. 10 cars in. 9 is in. And the 91 now of Alicia Byrne is the leader. Many cars coming to pit road. We'll watch the leaders for now. But our first green flag pit cycle of the day here on lap number 116. And we're expecting a lot more. 91's come down. 22, 32 are in. Harina chooses to stay out an extra lap.
Maybe for pride, more than anything.
Well, that noise you hear from the crowd, they love that Mika Harina's out front now.
Yeah.
Oh boy, the 42 and the 34 made some contact there. And the 42's coming back down pit road.
That's not ideal for Harina at all. She might have wanted to pit there, but 42 was in the way. And that's not ideal for Gennaro either, because she pitted again. So maybe something happened to the 42 there when they were side by side. I'm not sure.
I believe Harina did want to pit that time. And now she'll come in here. Vancy's in. Wandayo. Parkings has come in again, I believe. I think that's the second stop for Parkings. I think some of these cars might have gotten penalties for speeding on pit road.
Oopsie.
Looks like some of these cars just did not get slowed down in time. Arlen Handstrom scored as the leader now. I believe Handstrom's still out there on these tires, and yeah, she's coming down pit road now. .21 of Wandayo stayed out long as well. So I believe the leader now is the 6 of McJasmina. She's out front by a decent bit. Second right now is Carly Byrne, actually. .62, 10, and 91. I believe Parkings got penalized. Looks like Schliesenbach and Gennaro and also received speeding penalties. And Rairston might have received one as well.
Whoops.
So I just saw the 32 on pit lane, unless maybe she stayed out really long. No, I don't know. I don't know what happened to the 32. Well, Gianni McJasmina is out front by 4.5 seconds now over Carly Byrne.
Safe to say that was a pretty good pit stop.
Yeah. And you want to see how far back Harina dropped from staying out that long? She fell to 20th.
Oof.
Now this is where it's going to start to get interesting cycle-wise, because everyone's on different tire cycle. A lot of these cars are on different tire cycles. They're going to be doing all sorts of strategy here. 31 cars still on the lead lap. Schliesenbach is the first car off the lead lap right now. Rareston's 4 laps down. So something happened to that 32 to force her down, to force her to have an extremely long stop. But the 42 of Meca Janeiro led the way into pit road, and she is all the way back in 29th now because of that speeding penalty. This is a track where it's very hard to get slowed down to pit road speed.
Yeah, it's kind of like Darlington.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's tough to get to pit road on in Darlington. And, you know, that's one of the many, like, quirks about Darlington that, you know, everybody knows at this point. But Motegi, not so much. Everybody just kind of getting to learn how this track works and functions.
Yeah. And McJasmine is starting to lose some time now. The 9 is gaining. Carly Burton is starting to close in on McJasmine.
Still got a long way to go.
Yeah. Yappy Malikson right there in 7th, fighting with Davison. I think these cars also as well, the reason they're kind of catching up to the 6, I think they're kind of catching up just because that 6 car is by herself. She doesn't have any draft with her. These cars are all kind of in a line running with each other.
Yeah, I was wondering how much draft plays a factor at this track.
There's a good battle over here, though. Here comes Stoneman in the 10 car. Trying to get through all these cars. They're 3 wide here for 3rd.
Oh.
How about Nietzsche Garnston? Managed to make her way back up to 11th after falling a lap down early in the race. Renia Tosima's up to 15th. She's got a bit of damage on that car, but she's still running pretty solidly. There's Mika Harina now, who has moved up to 18th. She was about 18 seconds back. She's actually managed to trim the gap down quite a bit, down to 14 seconds to the 6 car of McJasmine. But now is when it gets interesting, because now we've gotten through an entire green flag pit cycle. And the 6 is slow! McJasmine has had a problem from the lead!
Oh, man! You gotta be kidding me!
And rotten luck has struck McJasmine. And that is a caution flag. That will end that green flag run.
Wow, what a way to end it.
Ellie?
Yeah, it looks like that 6 car had a suspension issue, which is very unfortunate for her. She was running really well.
That is a rotten break for McJasmine. Well, I think everybody's going to pit here. 8 car of Schliesenbach will be the free pass car. Carly Byrne, the leader, coming onto pit road. And race off pit road. Burn and Burn, the top 2 off pit road. How about that? Carly and Alicia both with very good pit stops. And you know what? That really hurt Mika Harina, actually, because she had a really good strategy there. She had really good tires there, and that hurt her mostly because she was not able to make up the ground that she would have been able to if that went green that whole time. So Carly Byrne and Alicia Byrne are the leaders here from Motegi on this first lap, on this after this pit cycle under the caution flag. There's the 6 of McJasmine finally getting back to her pit stall. And it does look like she is in fact done for the day. An extremely unfortunate way to end it for McJasmine. She looked fast all day. Now she's going to have nothing to show for it. Well, lights are out on the pace car, so we're going to go green here from Motegi. The 71 has dropped off the pace again. And it has not been a good day for Abby Little. That's the second time she's had an issue under caution. So it's Byrne, Yukovic, Stoneman, Davison, Malikson, Happeman, Shantase, Barino, Garnston, the top 10 right now. Green flag, we're back to racing in Motegi. And it's a sibling rivalry at the front of the field in this one.
looks like Carly pulling away. Good restart for her.
Sibling rivalry in Japan sounds... Sibling rivalry racing in Japan sounds like the plot of an anime.
Uh-huh.
'71 just pulled... There's the 71 coming off pit road. See if we can get an update as to what happened. But it's Byrne and... It's Carly and Alicia. The front runners right now. But the way things have cycled out, they really lucked out.
Alicia, though, closed up quickly.
I mean, it definitely looks like these two have some of the fastest cars in the field right now.
3 wide.
3 wide back here. That's Davison, Yukovic, and Stoneman. Davison trying to get up here. Remember, Davison won back at Charlotte, which had a lot of tire wear as well. And Alicia Byrne ran very well there as well. Ellie?
Yeah, it looks like excessive wear ended up like damaging the tires on the 71 car, or not the tires, the brakes on the 71 car, which is what took her out to the pits.
She's back on track. She's still running. Fairly off the pace, but she is still running. Just a lap down right now. Yukovic has closed up on these top two. Meanwhile, the mix here, that's 3 red racing cars all right next to each other.
Oh.
And Taylor Happeman's there as well.
Not sure where Happerman got the front end damage from.
I don't know either. Seems not, it doesn't look like it's affecting her. Might have been from pit road.
Most likely scenario.
This pit road's pretty narrow, and there have already been multiple incidents of cars running into each other on pit road.
Yeah. Yeah, it tends to happen in MLB NR 2003.
MLB The Show.
I had a brain fart. Oh.
I mean, I guess it is Japan. They do like baseball here.
Yeah, they really do like baseball here. But anyways.
Well, here's where Mika Harina is. She's actually making up pretty decent, pretty solid ground right now. Battle for second, Yukovic battling with Alicia Byrne. Carly Byrne continues to show the way.
Doesn't look like that damage is affecting the 31 at all. Still holding on to 4th place.
Well, if you look at the 9 car, she's also got a bit of front end damage here too.
Yeah, that too.
She's
probably shows that Motegi isn't a very aero-dependent racetrack.
I think if the damage was pretty severe, like say it is on the 55 here or the 96, you'd be seeing, you know, you could say that it's aero-dependent there, but... Oh, Shanta Say! And Malikson almost got into the inside wall there. That was close.
But yeah, as I was trying to say, I think, like, comparing it to, like, most tracks, like, that kind of front end damage will slow you down, but I think it's a little bit different here.
Battle for 5th. Here comes Stoneman. Nichi Garnston is up here as well.
Red Racing really is red.
Yeah. I think that's one thing that as well, though, you know, if you're driving a Toyota or a Honda, you would love to win this race. If you're a Honda, well, this is Honda's. This is the Honda track. They own this place. If you're a Toyota, well, again, this is Honda's track. You want to win right where want to win where Honda has the best equipment.
Yeah, it's like Michigan with Ford and Chevy.
Yeah.
Kind of same sort of scenario.
Yeah. And also kind of how Lausitzring was last week with Mercedes.
Mercedes too, but they don't have a rival.
Yeah.
At least not currently.
BMW entering AWSCO soon. Trust.
Proof nuke.
How about Harina? By the way, this 34 is really making up some ground.
Up into 10th place.
Stoneman also trying to get up here as well. She's gotten up close to Yukovic here for fourth. Or for third, excuse me. The 9 is slow. Burns slow from the lead.
Oh no!
Another leader with problems.
Oh my goodness.
And that's left the lead to Alicia.
But for how much longer?
9 car makes it to pit road. I guess the leader is just cursed.
Yeah, maybe.
Ellie?
Yeah, it looks like we have a severe case of tires don't last here. The 9 car ended up having a tire go down.
Well, the interesting thing is that the 9 car will now have fresh tires.
Probably going to be hoping for a caution to get back in this race, but
well,
you never know.
A caution at the right time could help her.
Yeah, 100%.
And again, keep in mind that she'll be on fresh tires here now, so she will probably be faster than a good chunk of this field here. I mean, they're already running almost a second off on tires. Alicia Byrne now has gotten to the front. Second consecutive lead change resulting from a mechanical issue from the lead. Halis Yukovic is on the back bumper of the 91 here, but
They got a bit of a run out of turn 4, but looks like nothing's going to come from it.
how about Arinia Tosima trailing just on the edge of the top 10? She's in 11th place. Remember, she was involved in that incident in lap number 2.
Fantastic recovery drive.
Absolutely.
Oh, Stoneman.
Yukovic slid up, tried to get the run on the high side, and instead Stoneman's going to try to take second from her.
She might go for the lead now, too.
She might, but she's got to hold off this 62 first. She's trying to get there. She's trying to clear the 62. She's pretty close to being clear. She's clear out of turn 2, and Stoneman has made the inside work for a pass. Impressive. Look at who's moved up to 5th place. That's Dira Reister in the 17 car. And her teammate, Taylor Happeman's right behind her. So we can spot where the 9's exited, but there's where the 9 is. If you're looking for lap times from this 9 car, she did take 4 tires on that last stop. And a 34.0. I guess that's probably not helped by that's probably part of that is not having the draft of these leaders, but she's still running a little bit faster than the leaders, about 2 to 3 tenths faster without the draft, so I can only imagine what she'll do with it.
Oh, here comes Stoneman.
Here comes the 10 car looking for the race lead.
Couldn't get enough to get side by side, though.
Not quite. She's pretty close, though, and I think if she can get to the outside, that'll really help her. Arinia Tosima up into the top 10. The thing with Tosima has been, in this World Tour, she's been fast enough to win and fast enough to lead, but she just has been in accidents, not of her own doing, that cost her chances. Here comes Stoneman to the outside. 10 car gonna rocket around Byrne, and now Audie Stoneman out front. Tosima probably could have 4 wins in a row if she didn't have the bad luck she's had in this World Tour. Meanwhile, Byrne still being freight trained. Jukovic has gone around her for second. Now Davieson's going to try to take third.
Yeah, I don't think the 91 is probably the best car to lead. So
I think she's fairly okay on the short run, but I think it just kind of fell off in the long run here.
Yeah, definitely.
Looking for Meika Gennaro. She is still stuck pretty far in this group. She's back in 26th right now. One of those cars that got a speeding penalty on the last pit cycle. The Ozark Motorsports teammates continue to fight for that top 5 spot. Reister has it. Happelman wants it. Ozark Motorsports has only 2 top 10 finishes combined among both of their drivers this entire season. And it came with Taylor Happelman at Willow Springs and when Happelman won at Texas. That's been it for them.
Not ideal.
And that's why Ozark Motorsports currently sits last in the team's title.
Rough.
Dogs be like.
Oh, yeah.
Davison now trying to fight off Reister here. Continuing to fight up here in the top 5. There's Garnston now trying to make moves. Here's Harina, Reister, Tosima are all up here. They're catching that 55 of Delot once more. You know what would be the best timing for Carly Byrne? If she gets if she stays out, this cycle's green, and she ends up getting on the lead lap, and then the caution comes out after everyone else has cycled through except for the 9. Would be extremely beneficial for Carly Byrne if that were to happen. Although I do think that there are multiple ways that Carly Byrne can get back into this if there's just a caution that comes out at the right time. Meanwhile, here comes Mika Harina through the middle, 3 wide middle on Davison and Garnston, and that's going to put the 34 up into 4th spot. We have just passed halfway here at Motegi.
Yay.
It's been really impressive what Harina's been able to do in this race, honestly.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Been making her home country very proud so far this race.
Yeah. Been a great day for Harina. Now up into the 4th position. She closes in on both Alicia Byrne and Halis Jukovic, but right now I think what we're looking at is Audie Stoneman. That 10 car looks very fast now. We see another red racing car dominating this race, and that's been something that's been pretty familiar sight this race. Wandayo led quite a bit early, Davison's led quite a bit, and now Audie Stoneman out front.
Yeah,
Shantase,
100%.
Shantase trying to get Pi Reister, and she's going to use the lap car of Delot as a little pick here. Alicia Byrne to the inside on Jukovic. We're halfway through here from Motegi. In the Coca-Cola 500. So I think that means it's time for us to send it down to the studio here in just a bit. Rashi and Ellie will have all the coverage from the studio here in just a moment here from the FanDuel Fan Studio, as we are 166 laps complete here in Motegi. And the 10 is off the pace.
Oh no, another one! Holy moly!
Well, on that note, let's send it to the fan studio right now. Rashi, Ellie, what do you two have?
So far, there's clearly been one takeaway to have for this is to for all of this so far, and it's don't lead the race. Your car will break. I can't believe we've seen 3 cars break down from the lead in consecutive cautions outs. Caution is out. That means the 10 must have not been able to get onto the track. But yeah, that's unbelievable scenes here. We saw the 6.
Yeah, I think
We've seen the 6. We saw the 6 have a suspension problem that caused the caution to come out, which gave the lead to the 9 car. Of course, then the 9 then proceeded to have a tire go down, which let the 91 take the lead. And I think that might have been the smartest move of the day. The 91 seems to have not been able to hold on to the lead, which, well, gave the lead to the 10 of Stoneman, who's now had, I think, another issue. We'll double check what that was.
I think it's dangerous to lead if you're not Mika Harina right now.
Potentially, yes. Or maybe any kind of Honda. Everybody coming in as everyone should, I think. Strategy-wise, this race, I mean, we haven't seen too much of this. I mean, there isn't that much strategy to speak of when it comes to these yellow flag stops, because you're almost always going to take 4 tires and fuel. It's the logical thing to do with the high tire wear format we have here.
Yeah.
No real reason to do anything else. We haven't had too many. We had one early caution. We had one caution early on where that became a bit of a question because we had only done 3 laps. We did have one green flag pit cycle, but other than that, it's basically been run until the caution. Ooh, 3 wide out of pit lane there. It's basically been run as much as you can, until you eventually get to a caution. Look at this mess over here. Until you get to the caution, then you take 4 tires and fuel, fill up with gas, and then re-roll them and start anew.
Yeah, we've had like a very enjoyable race to watch so far. I think I've really liked the driving that's come out of this so far. But something's going on with the leaders that's been interesting.
Yeah, no, it's been a bit of a curse up here leading the race. I haven't been able to hold on to the lead for very long without some sort of issue. I think the 9 of Carly Byrne will get a lap back at least. Good for her. I think that's actually her only lap. That'll put her on the tail end of the lead lap. Good. So that is good news for the 9 car. She's now back on the same lap as the leaders here. Gives her time to claw back an advantage. 55 looks like going to get the wave around between cars in the top 10. I think it's the only one to speak of here. But yeah, right now we're looking at the 2 Atlantic racing cars. The 62 and 34. That would be Jukovic and Harina, as we see here. Just the quick replay of what happened to the 10 of Audie Stone. We'll see where her problem started. I think it was on the outside of 2. We saw her, yeah, here clearly slowed down there, pulling into the inside.
That's where her problem was.
Yeah, on the apron here. And we'll see if she actually did yeah, she stopped right in the middle of the backstretch. Surprised she wasn't able to wheel it back in. Doesn't look like the car is that slow. But whatever it was, clearly she thought she needed to stop the car there. And that's what brought out the caution.
I mean, tire wear on this track has been really, really, really rough.
Yeah, no real surprise there.
I'm not really too surprised that we've seen some mech issues that really have only been involved with tire or suspension. I'm sure all the bumpiness from all the patched cracks might be having something to do with that.
Yeah, potentially. Although we haven't seen, I guess that could explain the suspension problem we saw on the 6 car.
Yeah.
Tires going down. Okay, that's easily. Tires going down to suspension problems. Those are things that I think can be explained by the racing surface here. It is definitely tough on the race cars.
Yeah.
As to be expected, I think, especially this being a 500-mile race. Although I say that we've had quite a few problems in the first half of the race. We're less than 300 miles into this. There's still a lot of racing left to go. So we'll just have to see, I guess, what's going to happen with these. Looking at the top 5 heading to this restart, though, we do have a pair of Atlantic racing cars, the 91 of Alicia Byrne, but behind them, you see those 2 Inverness cars, Shantose and Yotaka, looking pretty quick. Earlier on, I think the booth was mentioning the speed of the Southwest cars. They seem to have faded off a little bit. They've been replaced by those 2 Inverness cars in the top 5. And then you have Dira Reister in 7th for some reason. I don't know what. Yeah, she's just up here for some reason. By the way, watch out for Arena Tosama starting 9th on this restart. That's rather dangerous for everybody else in the field, I think. Arena Tosama dragging her way up to the top 10. Good restart by the 62, but the 34 is going to do everything she can to try to get the lead here.
Yeah, she's right on her doorstep.
Trying to get to the quarter panel of the 62 car. 34 fades off a little bit. Will tuck in behind her teammate. Ooh, 626 ran a bit wide there. There's the 34 looking to the inside now. Trying to clear. It's going to be a drag race between the 2 Atlantic racing cars. Haurina will have it at the line.
Has it.
And she'll clear into 1, I think.
I'm sure the crowd is going crazy right now.
Yeah, crowd looking very excited watching that 34 car take the lead. Looking at Yappy Malakson in the 23 as well. That's your points leaders, run really strong. All the red racing cars have been pretty strong here. We mentioned the 10 was leading before that issue. The 23 and 22 are here as well. 3 wide for second place. Yukovic still stuck 3 wide now with another set of cars. But yeah, these restarts have been exciting.
They have been.
And as they go 3 wide now for the lead, it's Malakson, Harina, and Byrne. Middle lane lacking a little bit of grip there. That'll help Malakson secure second place, but not for long, as that middle line will have good exit off of 2. But I think that's something rather surprising about this track. I think it's the way it runs doesn't feel like the way it looks.
Yeah, not at all.
Not like this is a fairly low banked 1.5 oval. It theoretically shouldn't race this well in big packs like this, but I guess with the way the racetrack is surfaced and with all the age that's come upon this surface, it's definitely provided a lot of different ways to drive the track here.
Yeah.
And you can see a lot of multi-groove racing just happening here. I think the bottom lane is particularly strong in 3 and 4, but it's pretty even in 1 and 2 especially. And I'm sure the irregular shape of the ovals proved to be a challenge, a technical challenge for some of these teams. The 91 of Alicia Byrne now taking the lead away from the 34. But yeah, mentioning the banking of this oval, it's only 10 degrees, which is not a lot. I mean,
Yeah, that's not too high.
that is a pretty flat oval. I mean, I think the booth compared it to Gateway earlier on. Gateway actually has about the same banking. I believe Gateway is about 11 degrees of banking or so at that track, and this having about 10 or so, maybe a little bit more than that. I think what helps is that it's very wide.
Yeah.
There's plenty of room to move around, and the fact that the outside lane the outside lane can work really well here. I think that's what really helps with being able to consolidate those kind of big runs. And that's what kind of helps it race more like a speedway rather than a big short track, I guess.
Yeah, and the width here, it gives you a lot of room to kind of make some moves too.
Yeah,
I think that's also been benefiting the drivers.
Yeah, lots of flexibility. Let's take a look at some of the drivers near the back here. There's the 9. Obviously, didn't take tires. That's going to be an issue for the 9. She's on the lead lap, but she'll still want a quick caution here because I don't think she had an opportunity to take any tires, so she's dropping back quite a bit. 55, 96 are the damaged cars here. There's the 10 of Audie Stoneman back out on track, and here's the back of our main pack here. 64 of Nihil running in 27th place. 68, some of these cars kind of dropping back a bit. The 93 of Tosuma's dropped quite a ways now. Started in the top 10, but fell back out of the top 20 now. 15 of Tabrizia Tolaron here doing pretty decently. Good, pretty solid race so far for both Royal Racing cars. Garnston still running in the top 10, and Tabrizia fighting in the top 20 as well. Valicia Vancy obviously been really strong in the last few races. Still looking, I think, to be the top-seeded driver for the in-season tournament here. Currently running in 15th place. Good run. 99 of Vebelst. 16 of Vengetta. There's the 3 of Mimi Barrino of all people driving up here. Looking pretty good here in the top 15 or so as well.
Yeah.
Not often you see good long-run pace from this from the MBYW cars. And then you look at the Ozark cars up here. That's another team that's been a surprise package. The 31 of Hapman and the 17 of Dara Reister. We mentioned Reister starting out in the top 10. But the 31 of Hapman, even with pretty significant right side damage, has been running in the top 10 most of the way. We saw her in the top 5 briefly, I think, for some of the race.
I did see her there.
It's definitely interesting to see what kind of teams have kind of shown up for this.
Yeah.
As we continue to take a look at this midfield battle just outside the top 10. Actually, just at the edge of the top 10, I should say. Is the 18 a lap down, or is... No, I think the 18 is just out there. Yeah, the 18 is also in this for position. But yeah. This is a lot of fun here.
Yeah, these midfield battles are usually kind of fun to watch because you're paying attention to the top 3 or 4 usually, and then you don't know what's going on down here. You check it out, and it's like, oh wow, this is actually really fun to watch.
Yeah. Very speedway-like racing here. It's just complete mayhem at the back. Looking back to the front of the pack now. There's a bit of a gap here between the 32 and the 62. I think the 32 is a lap. Yeah, 32 is 4 laps down. That's a car that's kind of in the way right now. That would explain the gap between her and the 62. Then you look at the 19, the 2 Inverness cars, the 27, and then you look at the 2 red racing cars, but challenging for the lead here. Watch out for Yappy Malikson now. Out of turn 2, looking to find a good exit, as they're already going to lap Carlyburn very, very soon there. That's the power of these new tires there. The 9 obviously on older tires, 23 all over the bumper of the 91. Wonder if we can go on board with this 23 car here on the roof cam. We'll see how the 23 negotiates this turns 1 and 2. You can see just how flat the racetrack is from this camera angle.
It's pretty flat.
But yeah, still quite grippy here though. Lots of. We'll see where the 23 goes. She's catching. Although I feel like it might be best to wait a few laps, maybe wait for the 91 to catch the 9 and try to maneuver around both of them at once here. Well, just to see what she's planned. But yeah, this pack is kind of thinned out here. 32, this pack as well is starting to thin out. This is another thing we've seen. Pretty standard stuff when it comes to high tire deg tracks. The field will tend to string out over the course of the race, especially on a long green flag run. Obviously, it's not easy to maintain a multi-groove run for that long.
Yeah.
So you see the 91 now bearing down upon the 9 of Carlyburn. These two were racing for the lead not too long ago, obviously. 91 now doing a good job of maintaining that lead, maintaining a lead now. Yeah, we see the 9 didn't take tires here.
That is very unfortunate for her.
Oh, did she take that? She might have taken tires then. We'll see. Although I feel like that must have been on the last caution though. Yeah, well, before the last caution, it would have been when she had that issue, I think. That might have been the last time she took tires, which would explain that actually. So she is at a slight tire disadvantage. But I think now with the 91, these tires are starting to wear out now. Yeah, they're running about a second behind their max pace, so I think this tire advantage is starting to thin out a little bit. 22 of Davison now past the 23 for second. Looking good here. 91 now clear with the 9. Look for the 22. Looking clear with the 22 here. 22 coming to the inside. But yeah, lots of strategy racing going on. Obviously, our last pit stops were about 20 laps or so ago. So these tires are going to be... these tires are going to start really wearing out soon. That's obviously that's obviously going to be some sort of... That's obviously going to cause these cars to slow down a little bit at the very least. They seem to be running about a second slower now, which is pretty quick, which is a lot of fall off for most tracks, an entire second in a 30-second lap, in a 33-second lap approximately at max pace. Within 20 laps, losing a whole second of that is pretty significant. And that's something these teams have been trying to figure out, and some teams have definitely figured it out well, I think.
Yeah, I agree with your point. I think they're still even trying to figure out what's the best strategy to handle the tire wear here.
Yeah, I mean, timing that any potential green flag stop is going to be a really important part of making things work, I think. And that's, I think, going to be one of the main considerations that we're going to have to look out for when we do our fan picks here very soon. So it is definitely going to be something to really keep in mind, because I think even if we only get 1 or 2 green flag cycles through the rest of this race, I think it's going to, that's still regardless going to make a significant difference, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, looking around at this field, anybody in particular you're looking at right now? Obviously, the red racing cars, some of the 2 Atlantic cars that are up here, both running pretty well. The 91 has been doing a great job of holding the lead. The 27, all these cars are up here. Do you think maybe having 2 cars up here, like having the Atlantic Inverness or Red Racing teams have right now in the top 10 is going to be a good of benefit to them?
I think it could be. They've been running really well this race, and I think they're going to be some top contenders. But when I'm really thinking about who's going to win here, I think it's going to be Mika Harina. I think she's definitely hungry after nearly clutching that win at the Daytona Road Course a few races back, and Arina Tosima stole that from her. But I think she might have something in her to just try and clutch a win here and finally do it.
Yeah, 34s definitely look quick as they start lapping a real slow lap car here. The 55 of Bria DeLaw. This is going to really shake up the pack here.
Yeah, this is rough traffic here.
Yeah, definitely. Well, looking around here at the cars running in the top 10 right now, I'm going to go with one of these 2 red racing cars. We'll go with the 23 of Yapi Malakson, but I could go with either one of them, of these 2 right now. Red Racing have been, at the very least, they've had good speed. Wins have come at a bit of a premium to this team. These teams haven't. This team really hasn't won that many races. The most notable one, obviously, being the Davidson's win at Charlotte in a very similar race, to this in terms of race length. I think in terms of time, the Dr. Fabric 600 and the Coca-Cola 500 are probably going to be 2 of the longest races we have on the schedule right now. Obviously, the race at Charlotte isn't going to be as tire strategy heavy as the race we're having here is right now, but I think these red racing cars have shown good speed, and I think obviously we had 3 of them in the top 10, but now with only 2 of them in the top 10, I do think this team has quite a bit of flexibility to work with when it comes to pit strategy here. And wouldn't it be just perfect right now to get, if Yapi Malakson were to get that first win of the season right now? She looks poised to take that. He has the speed. He definitely has the speed to stay up there in the top 5. We'll see if her team's able to deliver her that first win of the season. Right. Good stuff right now. Lap 197 of 323, just approaching lap 200 here at the Twin Ring Motegi Oval, as we'll take you back to the booth now with Echo and Anthony for the rest of the Coca-Cola 500.
Anthony, you got your FanDuel fan pick ready?
Yeah, I have an idea. I'm probably gonna go with second place here, that being Davison. Or, well, I guess it was...
No, you're right.
It's burn a lap down.
The 9's the lap down, yes.
Yeah. So anyways, Davison, because everybody keeps blowing up from the lead. And also the fact that she's been pretty fast today. She's led a couple laps. More than a couple laps. I believe that she will, I believe first that Alicia Byrne will blow up. Or something bad will happen, and she'll take the lead. And she will end up in victory lane.
Well, I'm going to bet against that, and I'll take the 91 of Alicia Burns. She's been fast all day. This car's looked very strong. Her sister, Carly, has run very well today as well. They've both gotten the fastest laps of the race. I think it'll be the 91 of Alicia Byrne that pulls this one off, and I think you'll see at least one Byrne in victory lane today. All right, that's your FanDuel fan picks here from Motegi. Carly Byrne, I'd like to clarify something, but Carly Byrne is on the same tires as all these other cars. She received a penalty on the restart for not being lined up properly. So Carly Byrne was sent to the tail. So Carly Byrne received a stop and go penalty, and that's why she's on at the end, just a lap down, because she got lapped there. Catching another lap car, that's the 96 of Rigatino. That 96 has actually managed to stay on the lead lap through all of this somehow, and I'm not really sure how, but she has. Now the 22 trying to close up, but she's now pinned behind the lap car. As Malikson drifts up almost into that 22. And the 23 now looks to the inside, 3 wide to the inside with a couple lappers. How about Arlen Handstrom, by the way, who's just kind of showed up here in this top 5. She's up into 4th spot now. That 19 car running pretty solidly right now. Rigatino gets shuffled way high. There's Nietzsche Garnston battling with Sophie Chantazé right there for the 7th position. Or for the 8th position, excuse me. Mika Arena's gotten by both of these cars into the 5th spot. That's both of the Inverness Racing cars right here. Yatica and Chantase.
I didn't realize that Handstrom has made it all the way back to 4th place.
Yeah.
Kind of fell off. Well, I think she was involved in the... Was she? No.
I don't think so. It doesn't look like she has any damage.
Yeah, she just
Oh, the
kinda fell
23's
off.
blowing
Oh,
up!
now the 23 blows up! Well, there goes Yeppy's consistency.
Well,
Well, that wasn't the leader this time.
no, but it was 3rd place.
Yeah, that's... And the points leader as well. That's a big one to go down.
Now the question is, can Nihil take advantage? Because Nihil's still pretty far back. She's in 27th right now. Although I'm more curious, can that 23 make it back? I think she will make it back without bringing out a caution flag. So we will stay green here.
So that is a yes.
New driver is up into 10th place. That's the 99 of Marisha Vebelst.
Oh dear.
Her father was actually spotted at the track this weekend, and last time he was at the track, she actually went to Victory Lane in that was back in Las Vegas. Ellie, what's up on Yappy Malikson?
Yeah, the damage on Yappy Malikson's car is we're getting reports that it's pretty bad, and we're not sure if she'll be able to get back on the track again.
What an unfortunate way to go out for Malikson.
Yeah, just all things considered, not the most ideal scenario.
Alicia Burns still holding the fort at the top at the front of the field right now. Davison sits 2nd. Handstrom's third. Mika Harina's up into fourth. There's Garnston, Chantaze, Yatica, Alicantes, and Jetta and Vebels, the top 10 right now. The running order could really get shaken up if we get a green flag cycle. There's Cindy Rarison. She's still 4 laps down, but she's still doing a good, somewhat okay job hanging on. Amani Wandayo sitting 13th. Meanwhile, they're going 3 wide here. While they were thinking about it, Handstrom was trying to go to the out, and Harina was thinking about going 3 wide to the inside on Davison there. Harina now to the outside on Davison for third. And again, this is a good run for Nietzsche Garnston as well.
A lot of drivers you don't see at the front having good runs, or had good runs until problems.
Yeah. Well, hey, remember how we talked about how there was, the red racing cars were good, the Atlantic cars are good, the Southwest cars are good. Now the Mason Parker cars are running really good.
Oh, yeah.
Now, here comes Harina on the high side, trying to take second from Handstrom.
She's been in the top 5 for this entire race, but I don't think Harina just has the pace to lead this race, unfortunately. But you never know.
She's pretty fast. I think she's probably faster than the 91 on the long run. Harina's gonna not be able to clear Davison though. Now that 22 fights back on the top side. Meanwhile, back here, this group just kind of stringing along.
Whoa.
Make a Gennaro up to 14th. Remember, Gennaro got shuffled back after that speeding penalty. So she's been trying to work her way through the field, and she's managed to get up to 14th again. Mika Harina still trying to fight for third, but here comes the 27 trying to take maybe try to take fourth from her. Remember, Alicia Byrne ran quite well at Charlotte as well, and obviously Davison went on to win that race. We're seeing kind of the same thing play here. Now the 91 trying to get around the lap car of Youngwei Koo.
The lap car seems to be affecting her.
Yeah, put that 38 car 2 laps down. Now
So
the 9 of Carly Byrne.
Close up.
Carly Byrne wants her lap back. She wants to get it the hard way, but Davison's going to kind of make that a little difficult.
Davison really wants to get around this lap car. Kind of been a problem for most of this run, that 9 kind of getting in the way.
Well, the thing is that Carly Byrne has kind of been playing defense for her sister here. Then nobody's really been able to pass the 9 car, and as a result, no one's been able to get to the 91.
Yeah, 100%. Doing a great job of helping her sister keep the lead.
Meanwhile, Mika Harina trying to make more moves. Sophie Chantazé up here as well. And remember, Chantazé finished second at Rio de Janeiro, came very close to winning that race. Just couldn't pull it off at the end, but doing a pretty good job. Vebbel's trying to get around in Jeddah here. Harina's now dropped back to fourth. Handstrom gets by for third. They just haven't been able to get by the 9.
Yeah, no, the 9 still looks pretty speedy, just unfortunate.
Here comes the 19 of Handstrom. Now she's looking for second. It's the thing for Carly Byrne. If she can get back on the lead lap, I feel like she could be a contender. But she's kind of in a tough spot.
Yeah, definitely not very ideal scenario for her.
Absolutely. She's trying her best right now.
Probably still hoping for a caution.
Absolutely. I mean, a caution would pretty much save her.
Yeah, that would put her...
It would put her back on the lead lap regardless of what happens. She's first car off the lead lap, and unless they lap somebody right as unless they put somebody a lap down right as they're crossing the line, that 9 car will be the free pass car. I wonder if maybe Byrne will try to pit a little early though, just to try and get that gap to a spot that she likes it. Maybe get on a lead lap by pitting early and out strategizing on tires. Well, we restarted on around lap 175 or so. About 172 or so. So we're expecting pit stops fairly soon. So you can see that tire wear the tires have really gone away. Byrne's about 4 seconds off of her fastest lap of the race right now. There's Mika Janeiro, moved up to 12th now. Continuing to fight for second, Handstrom's gotten it back from Davison. So it's now once again a Mason Parker Motorsports 1-2 at the front of the field. I think we got some cars coming to pit road. Nope, I'm lying. 34 was just running really high for some reason. We do have one car on pit road. It is the 96 of Rigatino, who's a lap... I believe she's multiple laps down. Or no, she's only one down. But she's a lap down. Davison tries to get around the outside of Handstrom. Now the green flag cycle will kick in. Now it's going to start to get interesting. Everyone's going to be on a bit of a different strategy, and we still have one stop to go from this point. 92, I think, is pitting. Yes, she is. Same for the 9 of Carly Byrne. Carly Byrne did exactly what I thought she would do, and she's pitting early to try and take advantage of the tires, of the tire difference. How about Chantose, who's moved into 4th spot? And there's everybody else coming in. 91, 22, 34, 26 are all in. Looks like Handstrom chose to stay out. Same for Vebelst. Sky and Jetta's still out there. But pretty much all these all the leaders just came to pit road. Four tires and fuel for everybody, I'd imagine. Handstrom's in now. Same for Vebelst and Jetta. Mondayo and Gennaro both coming in at this time as well. Well, now it's interesting because we've got about 100 laps to the end of the race. What would you do pit strategy-wise? You split it down the middle, you think? Or do you try and go for,
You probably...
Oh, Harina!
Oh, no!
With a penalty on pit road.
That is such a shame.
Unfortunate for Harina. That's going to cost her a lot.
But yeah, as I was gonna say... the safe strategy would be to split it down the middle, but I feel like some of these drivers will probably try to last as long as possible and try to get a yellow flag to fly. But we'll see how that works out for them.
There's the 34 exiting pit road. How about this? The battle for the lead is Byrne and Yatica. The 92 had a really good stop.
Fantastic stop. Haven't seen Yatica all day.
She was up there kind of just chilling at the back of that front group for a good chunk of that last run. She's taking advantage. Carly Byrne is now on the lead lap. She cycled to the lead lap. Looks like Wandayo received a speeding penalty.
My bad.
There's where Harina is. She's a lap down. Battle for the lead there is right here, though, between Byrne and Yatica. Alicia Byrne hanging on to the lead right now.
Hanging on for dear life.
Michele Yatica's pressuring her, though. They catch up to that 26. Davison sits third. There's Garnston in fourth. Handstrom is fifth. Sixth is Valicia Vancy in the one car. Then it's Alicantes, and then it's Vebelst. And Lowry Schliesenbach is up to ninth. An impressive recovery for Schliesenbach, who was a lap down At one point, because of a speeding penalty earlier in the race, she's managed to gain a lot of spots now.
Good recovery.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Now Byrne finds herself around the two Inverness racing cars right now, where she's got Chantaze in front of her as a lap car, and Yantiga behind her and is the second place car. Meanwhile, there's a few cars that took tires a little later, and Vebelst is actually one of these cars. She's trying to make moves work. She's trying to make this pass for 7th, stick on the 18, as the 1 and the 38 make contact in the background. That was not quite clear of Alicantes there. Caught the lap car here. Trying to ring that momentum up. What was that?
Uh-oh, lap traffic.
They've caught the lap car, the 55 of Delod. That car just trying to do her best here, pretty much. "19 Handstrom right here. Here's the 99 of Vebelst. Vebelst has driven away from Alicantes ever since she got by. Not sure what's going on, but that 99 is very fast.
Definitely has plenty of time to catch up to the front before
Absolutely.
this race ends.
It's pretty well single file right now through most of the pack, though. And not much going on. This is now firm. We're pretty firmly in tire save territory at this point of the race. Everybody's kind of trying everything they can to save these tires up.
Yeah, we're in tire saving mode at this point for the end of the race.
I think the
Man,
one
this whole-
thing...
Juan Dio now a lap down?
Yes, one guy got a speeding penalty.
Crazy.
99 not quite clear of the 21 yet. I think she will be here in turn 4, though. Yeah, she was, but the 21... She left the door open for the 21 there. Vettel still did not lose that much time to the 91, even while battling the lap car here. Vettel will finally get clear off of turn 2. Fight for 3rd place here. There's a good battle. There's Garnston and Davison going at it for 3rd right now. Yatika's starting to drop back from the lead from battling for the lead. Yatika's really slipped back. And now here's where Alicia Byrne is. She's caught the 9 of Carly Byrne. These two still fighting for third. As the 92's blowing up!
Oh no, not another one! Oh my goodness gracious.
From second spot. Well, I guess if you're Alicia Byrne, you're just immune to it, and it happens to whoever's behind you. Well, the 27 is taken second now because of that.
Some new cheating tactics that I've never seen before. How many retirements is that?
That is number 7, I believe.
Not as much as I thought.
Davison now trying to get around for second here. Ellie?
It looks like the 92 ended up retiring for an issue with her clutch.
Very unfortunate.
Very unclutch.
We may have a battle for fourth here soon because the 99's closing on the 19 of Handstrom. It's always been from the front. The 91 has not been able to get by her sister Carly yet. Marisha Vebels just gained 0.6 of a second on that last lap, by the way. I think that's worth pointing out. Alicia trying to move to the outside, get a better run on the 9 car, but she can't do it. May have a battle brewing for 5th very soon. And this battle for 2nd is probably going to keep going. And it's only just now become the battle for 2nd with the 92's issue.
It's a good battle to have.
They're closing in on the 91. Relatively quickly, too. And Harina's kind of leading them.
Yeah.
Right now, as it stands, Harina's the first car lap down, so that 34 would get the free pass if a caution were to come out. Still one more pit stop to go in this one, though. And that pit stop could come at pretty much any time. Davison and Garnston fighting for 2nd here. They're going to have Handstrom and Vebels fighting for 4th pretty soon. An absolute cluster of cars here from 6th on back fighting for that spot. Jukovic and Jetta, Vancy, Alicantes, Cole, Schliesenbach all fighting for that spot right now. How about Rachel Cole, by the way? She's just made her way into the top 10.
Ooh, look at her go.
Have not heard much from her all day. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Vebels,
not much.
Vebels to the outside on Handstrom. Just going to try to make this stick for the 4th position. Handstrom tried to use the 32 to block her, but the 99 got a crazy run off the corner. And Vebels clear for 4th. The 91 trying to put the 9 a lap down again, but she's now on the inside, and the 9's trying all her hardest to to stay on the lead lap.
Up to fourth.
Pebbles is
Oh
up to
my
fourth.
goodness. I don't think she has the fastest lap though.
It's still Byrne. But Vevelst is
Yeah.
up there. She's fifth. She's fifth on the fastest lap charts.
Fifth fastest.
Dear Reister's running 15th right now. She was up in the top 10 earlier, but she's kind of slid back a little bit. Taylor Happelman of the 31 has dropped back to 21st at the current moment. That's what the 31 is. The 91 finally got clear of the 9. Bevel's trying her hardest to get through the 32 now. '22 and 27 have still been gaining on this 91 car. Same for the 99 and the 19 as well. Bevel's trying to hold Handstrom behind her. Davison trying to lead the charge against Byrne here for this final stretch. But she still has 2.3 seconds to make up on that 91 car. About 30 laps into this green flag run. Into this tire run, I should say. Green flag run has been almost 80 laps, I think.
This has been a very long run.
It has. Bevel's still trying her hardest to get by that 32 of Ariston, but she just can't make it. She just can't make it stick. 34 has caught up to these top two now. Well, 34 has caught up to the sisters now.
Okay.
This is for the free pass position.
Both of them hoping and praying for a caution.
And they're hoping that they aren't the caution.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be ideal.
Vevelst loses fourth to Handstrom. Davison and Garnston still continue to close. Still a decent chunk of this race left, though. 70 laps. I got about six. How many laps do we have left? Just about 68 laps to go. It'll be 67 to go next time by. Sky and Jetta's now taking the lead of this group. Meanwhile, here comes Haurina trying to unlap herself. Vevel's looking to the outside on Handstrom for fourth spot. Now, Byrne would like to see Harina. I think Carly Byrne would like to see Harina get by this 91 because that would put the 9 back in the free pass position again.
That would be ideal.
Harina looks underneath the 91 of Byrne. .34 trying her hardest to get that lap back and get back on the lead lap. That inside lane can really fight a lot better in turns 1 and 2 than it does in 3 and 4, but there's ways to make it work in both. There's ways to make it work in both places.
Yeah, we've seen what these drivers have been able to do. I mean, yeah, we've seen that all race pretty much. Inside lane in 1 and 2 is just better than in 3 and 4, but obviously we've seen that drivers can still make moves in 3 and 4 if they just try to dive bomb and slide job it, and it's worked out for some drivers.
Both lanes have worked in both corners. That's the thing, is that it's not really been a thing of, it's not really been a case of neither of there's been a dominant lane. There hasn't really been a dominant lane. It's been one where
it's not really what we expected at all.
Sometimes the top prevails, sometimes the bottom prevails. It's been quite fun to watch. Still one more stop to go.
I think Davison is starting to close in a bit on Alicia.
She is.
Alicia. Well, I guess she is closing in on both. On a technicality.
I imagine that the pit window will open up pretty soon. If you're looking for, if you're looking to try to do the undercut here, the window will open up. The window opens up fairly soon. Best case scenario, you're looking at about 55 laps on tires.
Yeah.
Davison gonna get by the 9 car. How about Janet Parkins moved up into the top 10? She's actually taking 9th spot away from Alicantes. You know, this group continues to be strung up. Bebelst and Hamstrom both went to the top side. And now the 22 is clean track between her and the 91. So Alicia Byrne doesn't have anything in between her and Davison now.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the one area that kind of befell her in that last run. She had the 9 between her and the rest of the field for pretty much most of that run. Now, she doesn't have that safety net. She doesn't have any safety net. The 22 is still, and the 22 is closing. Oh, the 96 of Rugatino is slow.
Uh-oh.
Is she going to make it back? And if not, is that going to be a caution? She's not made it back. Caution is out.
Yellow. That changes everything.
And this is extremely tight on the fuel window. Well, that changes the whole complexion of the race. Now everybody's going to come to pit road on equal tires. But here's the thing. They'll have to go 57 laps on tires. That's more than we've seen them do all race. They can make that on fuel barely. You gotta get it all the way full, though. Russia.
Yep, we're doing the numbers here on the strategy, and yeah, basically, I think you've gotten that pretty much right. Fuel is pretty good. You'd have to be very confident though. You'd have to get it entirely filled up, and you might need to do a bit of fuel saving. But these extra caution laps after this pit stop, I should say, might just be enough to do that. But whether or not you want to do that is gonna be another story, given how much tire wear we've seen. 60 laps is gonna be a long time on these tires, I think. It's like everybody's gonna. Not quite everybody, actually, but most everybody is gonna try to fill up the fuel tank here, take tires, and well, I guess we'll just have to see what happens here, strategy-wise.
Harley Byrne got the wave around signal a little early. Lowry Schliesenbach has opted not to take anything and is staying out on these tires. Rasha?
Quick double update here, 52 coming back down pit lane. They just didn't get all of their... They don't feel confident that they got all their tires tightened up all the way, so they're just going to bring it back down here, re-secure the tires, and just bring her back out on her way. It looks like they're going to it looks like they're going to replace the left side tires only, and that'll be it for them.
A little bit of an interesting development now. We've got quite a fair few lap cars in between here, so some of them are gonna take the wave around. Lowry Schliesenbach has the lead, but she's chosen to stay out on this caution. I'm not sure. They're gonna probably come to pit road right after, because I think they want to try and undercut this to the point of. I think they're gonna try to undercut it to the point where they think they're safe on fuel. Because I think they're betting that nobody else is good on fuel. Very interesting the way strategy's playing out here. Rarison, Stoneman, and Wandayo have gotten a lap back for being lap cars in the way of the top 10. So they have been waved around. Schliesenbach, the leader. Davison, Garnston, Alicia Byrne, Handstrom, Vebelst, Jukovic, Parkings, and Jetta, and Yanaga, the top 10. Pace car pulls off. $54 to go when we go back green. Here we go.
Could be the final run of the race.
The 8's going to have nothing into the corner, by the way. All these cars got to be careful. 8 has no tires whatsoever.
He stayed out?
She stayed out, yes.
Or, yeah, sorry, she... I'm not so sure about that. Oh!
She can't get to pit road. She wanted to pit there, but she couldn't do it.
Of cars.
And here comes Felicia Vancy around everybody. And the one car takes the lead.
There's Vebels as well.
5 wide here in the pack.
Oh, Jesus.
This 8 car is going to hold up everybody. Oh, contact there. 34 and 62 made some contact.
Not a smart strategy at all by Sleason back, and it has completely reshuffled the field.
Vebelst fighting with Garnston for second. Here comes Janet Parkings for the 4th spot. Eight car still has not come down pit road yet. Meanwhile, this is getting just so hairy, so tight. And look at that. That puts the 27 to second. That's Parkings in third. Vebelst and Mika Gennaro has all gotten all back up to 5th. Gennaro got shuffled out. She had that penalty, that speeding penalty earlier. It cost her. But she's back. Look who else is making their way back. It's Haurina. She's into the top 10. And the 8 car trying to run long has cost her, but it's given some of these cars a really good chance to get back here. Tosima's up to 7th.
Osama looking pretty fast.
Janet Parking's trying to take second. Here comes Davison 3 wide to the bottom. Garnston's going to hang on to second. 99's going to go try and get around Parkings for third. And those two tangled last week in Lausitzring, so Parking's probably not too happy with Mauritia. Probably not going to give her that much room. Vebels with the run up the outside.
Oh, where did the 72 come from?
The 72's been in third for like 5 laps.
Damn.
How'd you miss that?
Reasons.
Yeah, fair enough. Davieson's going to clear both of those cars, both the 72 and the 42 on the inside. Actually, no, she's not going to get clear of the 42. Gennaro's gotten back up here. How about Haurina's made it her way into 7th now? We may have a fight.
Drive for her.
We may have a fight for the lead soon because here comes Garnston on Vancy. '99 looks high. Looks for second.
Oh, does she have room? She does.
She makes room. And here comes Davison trying to take both of them. Vebels to second.
She was really fast on that last run. We'll see if she can get the lead this time.
She's looking underneath the one car.
Didn't have enough of a run, though.
No, but she's pretty close.
Yeah, she is really close.
She jumps to the outside. Trying to get the momentum. Didn't have enough to get to the outside of the one, but she's going to try the crossover here into turn 1. Side by side for the lead, Vebelst and Vancy.
Here we go. Just didn't
Just not enough.
have enough of a run.
Just not enough momentum off turn number 2 there. Now here comes Garnston trying to take second back.
Yeah, she might pay the price for that move.
Car down pit road, I believe it's Schliesenbach. Finally coming down for tires.
Back down to 4th goes Vebels.
Davieson's gotten back up to 3rd now. You got Harina trying to take 5th from Gennaro. Amani Wandayo's gotten back to 11th. Oh, we're going all over the place up here.
Oh, man.
Harina trying to use the top lane to her advantage, and she's going to do it.
Good move, good idea.
8 cars back out on track. And now Harina tries to take 4th from Vebelst. Fighting for 2nd, it's Garnston and Davieson again. But Felicia Vancy is out front. And Davieson looks to the outside of the one car. Vebel's trying that really high line. They're going to catch the 9 of Byrne. Checked up the field a little bit. And Harina's going to get up to 3rd now. She takes that spot from Garnston. Harina is back in this. She is there on the 22 and the 1. That penalty might have hurt her, but she managed to recover very well. We may have a fight for the lead because here comes Davieson to the top side. Vancy tries to throw the block, just doesn't have enough time. 34 is going to get in the mix here.
Oh, big momentum.
3
Big
wide
one.
over here. Here comes Davieson trying to get to the outside, can't do it.
Almost. Thought it was almost 4 wide there for a second.
Oh, they were trying.
Hey, there's the 18.
Ah, Alicante's back up here. 2nd place at stake again. And that might be the
Oh,
lead
they're
at
gonna
stake.
go
They're going to go
3
3 wide into turn 1 for the lead.
Davieson easily clears.
Clear is the 22. 34 trying to take 2nd. And Vancy may lose everything. Harina's going to get clear for 2nd here. Vancy's going to try to dive it on the outside. Just can't get it to work, though. Harina clear for 2nd. As the 34 Mika Harina, a lap down. She just barely got on the lead lap before that last caution came out, and now she is in second spot trying to fight for the lead. There's the 8 of Schliesenbach, by the way. 2 laps down, but she's on fresh tires.
Yeah, she might affect the way this race finishes with those fresh tires.
Harina's looking on the 22. Vancy in third. There's Gennaro. Alicia Burns up here. Vebels trying to hang on, but Vebels has kind of tapered off a little bit in this run. Gennaro trying to get to the inside of Vancy. See the 8 of Schliesenbach here. Trying to do something a little different. I think they figured we're not going to win the race if we do the same thing as everybody else, so we might as well try something else. I'm not sure it's a great strategy, but it is a strategy that it is the strategy that they've chosen. And now they've got to work with it. Fighting for 5th back here. That's Vebels and Byrne. Schliesenbach pushes Harina up the track.
Oh. That's definitely going to affect her chances of getting the lead.
And it could put her to the outside. That could help her.
That too.
Oh, Vebels can't quite keep the 91 behind her. And there's the 8 of Schliesenbach. Now trying to get by the 22 of Davison and get one of her laps back.
Yeah.
Vancy went high. Gennaro's going to try to take that spot away. And now the 34 is here. Here comes Mika Harina. Looks to the outside on Davison. Gonna try to charge up that run from the top with the momentum she gets. And she's doing it.
Here she comes.
Can she hang on the outside of the 22 of Davison? She can. Sticks with that 22, and I think she might clear. She does. New leader, late in the going, it's Harina.
Wow.
But Davison's not done yet. Davison tried to fight back, but she just couldn't do it. How about AWSCO's made her way up to 10th? We haven't seen much of her all day except for getting spun out earlier. Garnston slipped back a little bit. There's Rashantase as Yenfi Yanaga's actually up to 15th, so she's done a fairly solid job of recovering. Harina and Davison now catch this lap car of the 55 of Delade. Harina tries to go to the high side on the lap car. That might cost her, though.
Oh no, that did.
That cost her, and Davidson's got the lead back.
She knows what to do now, though. She can fight back.
She can fight back, and she got a good momentum into turn number one.
Good run.
Very good run, but she's got to get to the outside.
She can't. Davidson is playing some great defense.
That 22's been very good at aero blocking all race long. But imagine how Rena goes to victory lane in her home country.
The scenes would be amazing.
How about Meca Gennaro sitting 4th right now? This is her best run in a while. I don't even know when her last run was this good. Oh, I can tell you, it was never. This would be her best career finish if she is able to hang on here to that 4th place. Her best career finish is an 8th place. Which she got at Bathurst.
Interesting.
Felicia Vancy now kind of trying to stick herself into the battle for the lead as well. 25 laps to go. Harina, big time run. She really cut down to the bottom.
I think that was a bad move by her.
You know, look at what's going on back here. This is absurd. Garnston. Parkings. They were 4 wide with the lap car there at that point. Fancy trying to get to the outside of Harina. Harina's gonna block. She can't quite block enough. Does look like she'll stay clear of the 1, though. '99 of Vebelst, fighting with the 91 of Alicia Byrne there, still for 5th spot. Harina's still keeping pace with that 22. Pretty much everybody's single filed out now, though. And the 34 is pitting! And so is the 1 of Ansi.
Oh no. One more round?
I think we have more stops. There's a lot of cars coming to pit road here.
This is the money stop, folks.
This is interesting because this confirms that they can't make it. And now...
So who's going to come in this time?
And now what I'm starting to wonder, is Schliesenbach a bit of a genius here?
That would be crazy.
All these cars taking 4 tires. I am not surprised in the slightest that they take 4 tires here. See the 46, or the 55, excuse me, has come down pit road. Rest of these cars are staying out, though. Davidson's still out there.
I don't think for long.
Oh, we'll see for how long. She's still out there for now.
Stays out.
Fight for
Everybody else behind her stays out too.
Here's the fight for second. That's Vebelst and Gennaro. We got cars that are trying to out-strategize each other. There's the 34 of Harina.
Whoa, she drove it in there.
.34 cycled out ahead of the 8 car, so I don't think Schliesenbach is really a genius here. I think
Yeah, no. It was,
I think she outplayed herself a little bit. 27 is coming in.
Oh, 27 coming in.
Garnston's in. Vebelst is in. Davidson's still out there.
Very interesting strategy by Davison. I'm not sure how much tire or fuel they have left, but I can't imagine they can make it all the way. Considering
I don't think they can. I don't think anybody can make it all the way because
nobody
they're
can
all
make
coming
it all
in.
the way.
Everyone's coming in.
Everybody's coming in. Stays out another lap. So
Same for the
Jukovic
62. Jukovic and Gennaro.
Gennaro.
And the more they're doing this, the more Harina's going to gain a big advantage. There's Valicia Vancy. She's the next car on the fresh tires. I believe the 60 of AWSCO is after that. And then it's the 52 of Cole. 22 still out there.
Oh man, I don't know if this is gonna work out for Davison.
Harina blows right by on the outside. Now,
Yeah, no.
Harina's on the lead lap. Harina's running 2 seconds a lap faster than that 22. If things stay as they are, I think she could conceivably, if the 22 somehow has enough fuel to make it to the end of the race, I think the 34 could still conceivably catch and pass that 22 on tires. .60 car has passed the 1 for net second. There's the 22, and here's the 60 and the 1, both with each other. 22 still staying out. This is getting interesting here at the end. Fighting for second here at what is currently second place. Gennaro and Alicantes right there. And you're going to see the 52 blast her way into the picture here. .14 laps to go. Harina's 28 seconds back. Now here's this mix. This
Whoa,
absolute
look at Cole.
chaos. Look at the
Whoa.
52 here. And look at what new
honestly,
tires does for you versus what old tires does for you.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been a wreck in turn 1 because of that move. Kind of like a dive bomb, but yeah, you can see how much the tires affect how these drivers race, and they're just very much slower than those on new tires currently.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure how much longer most of these drivers can last.
Well, the tires fall off exponentially more in the late run. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
There's where Davison is, and there's all these cars that are on fresh tires. Trying to pass by. If you're Davison, I think Davison's trying to make the fuel last here.
She might be coming in this time.
Nope.
No.
Stays out.
Another.
As we're at our Windows
Once
11 to
again.
go, and it is anything but settled. We have tire strategy galore here from Motegi.
10 to go now. And man, she is just really, really slow.
She's trying her best to stay up to pace here.
18 now up into second.
Well, she's fighting Gennaro for it.
Close enough.
I don't know. I don't know who's got the best strategy here. The 34 just made up 3 seconds in a lap there. But she's got to make up. She's got to get this to work really well here.
I think if everybody stays out, I think Harina is going to run out of time. Just... I don't know how far back she is. But...
She was 17
kinda...
seconds back at the line that time.
Okay, so... Yeah, that is going to be hard to catch up. 17 seconds in about 10 laps, but... there could be a chance at the end, you never know.
If she makes up 2 seconds a lap every lap, she'll get there on the last lap.
Yeah.
But now
But
she's stuck
probably
behind
she's
this lap
hoping-
car.
She's hoping that everybody else cannot make it in pits instead. Harley is not helping things.
I don't know why Harina stayed behind the 9 car for so long.
Yeah, no. Not ideal. That'll probably waste a bunch of time for her.
She still gained time, even after all that.
Never mind then.
She's got 7 laps. To get to the 22. She's now making up closer to 3 seconds a lap here. Now she's in the middle of this mix. 3 seconds, 3 seconds that time.
Gotta get around a couple lap cars. And she's already in the top 10.
She's up to 9th already. 8 seconds. That was a 2-second gain
Make
that
that
time. Does Davison have enough time to hang on?
I mean, she is just flying through the field.
Harina is going. This is going to come down to pretty similar to Aguascalientes. 4 laps. Davison trying to make these tires last as long as she can. Harina trying to take advantage of the fresh stuff.
Up to 7.
5.6.
Oh, it's gonna be a bit difficult, bit tricky. Definitely does not want 2 cars side by side here. She might take it 3 wide.
She is. She's going to do exactly
there
that.
she goes. Gotta quickly get around this traffic.
She's up
And
to
she's
second.
up to second.
She's taken second.
Oh my goodness.
3 laps to go. Mika Harina on these fresh tires. Davison's going to try to make this pit stop last, but Harina's 4 seconds back. Harina's got 3 laps to get to the 22. Tosima trying to get around the 22. If you're Davison, just let her go.
Not sure why Davison was trying to hold up Tosima.
2 to go. Harina's closing.
They're both on the same front stretch now.
1.5 seconds.
Oh my god.
It might come down to the last lap. There's Davison. There's Harina. Harina's within shot now. Here comes the 34.
She's coming quick.
Harina's gonna go to the inside. And Harina takes the lead away. Coming to 2 to go.
She's gone.
Coming to
She's
the
gone
white
at this
flag,
point.
excuse me. 1 lap to go for Harina.
Wow.
And she just has to hang on for one more time. The strategy's bit her so many times this year, but this time it's going to play out on the perfect stage. Vancy's gotten by Gennaro for 3rd.
Crowd going absolutely wild here.
And how's that for a homecoming? Mika Harina is going to win at Motegi in front of her home fans.
What a finish.
Marisha Vebels went from 10th to 4th on the last lap because of the tires. And I believe Dira Reister finished 10th. And Reister has scored her first top 10 of the season.
It's time to celebrate.
What a race. What a finish. That was outstanding. Great racing here from Motegi. And I think that's something that we were all hoping for. And we got a show in the return to Motegi. How do you feel? How'd you feel about that one, Anthony?
Just absolutely, what a finish that was. Harina, fantastic driving. Having the advantage of fresher tires definitely helped, but she was just absolutely flying through the field. No one was slowing her down at all, and you gotta give credit to that. You can't just like stay right behind drivers. That'll slow you down. She did her best. I thought she was gonna get slowed down there when 2 cars in front, that being a Hyundai and I believe Jukovic were side by side there, but then she just blasted right by them. And she managed to get to the lead with a lap to go, and she never looked back. Davison never had a chance. Just absolutely great finish, and great race in general. A lot of great passing, a lot of great strategy. The tire wear played a huge factor, and that was pretty entertaining to watch, especially with this final run coming down to the wire. Just fantastic race and a fantastic return to Motegi.
I want to thank you, Anthony, for joining me here tonight. We're going to send it down to the FanDuel Fan Studio for the post-race show and our post-race coverage here from Motegi. And we'll get a bit of a preview into next week's races as well. All right, Rasha and Ellie, you two, take it away. What'd you think?
That was fire.
Unbelievable scenes here at Motegi. That was an amazing finish. We thought it would come down to strategy. I thought that splitting it and maybe trying to take those tires early on and try to fully send it to the win was gonna have some sort of advantage at the end, and there was just about the advantage there. There was just enough laps for at least the first few cars that came in and took tires to really move up the field. You saw that the 34, 1, and 99, those three ended up finishing first, third, and fourth. What a win this must be for Mika Harina. What an unbelievable race it was for her. She's come close multiple times already, but now finally, and what a way to do it, with an absolute send of a run at the very end to take the lead, coming to the white flag. Andrea Davison finishing second, Valicia Vancy finishing third. Another great run for that one car, and I think that'll sure, and I think that'll pretty much put her on the top for the seeding for the in-season tournament. Vebels finishing 4th, Wesco 5th, Mika Gennaro with a good run, still 6th, Perry Olacante 7th, Rachel Cole in 8th, Hollis Jukovic in 9th, and Dara Reister getting her first top 10 of the season as well. Good race there for her, rounding out the top 10 there to get her first. Looking at the rest of the top 20, it's Garnstone, Juan Dio, Byrne, Yanaga, Yuria, Shantose, Hanstrom, Stoneman, Tolaron, and Injetta. I mean, that was just unbelievable stuff. We mentioned the strategy aspect. I didn't expect it to be that close. That's what really surprised me, I think. Seeing the 34 slice her way through the field like that, it was a real nail biter of a finish. I just can't believe that it came down to something like that.
Yeah, that was insane to watch. She was cutting up traffic through the entire track. Pitting was literally a perfect decision, I think, for her, and it was fucking really, 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 really nice to watch. It was great work. That was some of the best driving I've seen from her. She's always performed really well, but that was some of her best driving, I think.
Yeah. That was some amazing stuff by, definitely the 34, but even the one in the 99 with good races there as well.
The one performed really well. They've been performing really well.
Yeah,
lately,
that one team has been on something else since we started doing the international tour. That car has been one of the best teams down this stretch, with 2 top 5s now in the last 3 races. We'll see how that shakes the playoffs up. Harina's obviously going to be locked in.
Yeah.
There's a good chance, I think, Vancy, I think, passes Stoneman in points, because Stoneman didn't finish. So I think Vancy will still keep that last spot in points. But now, with only 3 spots left, that's the one spot. Vancy's holding the last really realistic point spot I think anybody was going to get, with the 23 and 64 looking to trade blows for the championship lead. And now, I think all bets are off now for the playoffs here.
Yeah, pretty much. It's getting really down to the wire now.
It's getting down to the wire. There's enough rounds to make something. There's enough races. There's 6 races left in the season, with 3 spots on points now. Including the championship lead, which has been going back and forth between drivers that haven't won either. The 64 and 23. That's gonna make things really interesting, I think.
Yeah, it's gonna get very competitive in the points race, and it's. I think it's gonna make some of them feel more driven to possibly go for a win too. I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now, I think if you're Vancy. I mean, the one team is trying to do that. I think. I definitely think that one team's trying to do that.
Yeah, I don't think the one team is focusing on points. I think they're definitely focusing on trying to get a win, and because I don't know if they're going to be able to get in the playoffs just on points. They might be.
But also it's gonna require no new winners in the next 6 races, which I don't know if that's going to happen, given that there's still plenty. Yeah, there's no real guarantees of that. And there's plenty of room for things to happen, given that there's a lot of drivers still in that area of the points without a win that could definitely get one in the near future as well.
Malixon.
Looking at our next track, Malixon and Nihill, they're already up there though. To be fair, they're perfectly fine for now. Until that is until we come down to 1 point spot, and then everything will just break loose. Once we get to 1 car left on... Actually, once we get to 0 cars left on points, where the only way to get in without a win is to be the regular season champion, that's where things are going to get interesting.
That's when
things are going to go insane between those two, I think. There's still going to be 1 and 2. They're pretty clear of the rest of the field, but... Yeah, things are going to get really insane, I think, in the next few races. Speaking of, let's look at those races. in the Cup Series. Of course, both series are going to be heading over to the brand new Echo Energy International Speedway in Surrey, British Columbia. That'll be
awesome.
Yeah, that'll be another short track race in the Cup Series for everyone to enjoy. That's going to be, what, 3/4 of a mile? Yes, 3/4 of a mile racetrack. And that's one of 3 short tracks that we'll be going to in the next, in the Cup Series for the rest of the regular season. Because Iowa and Richmond are also up next on our slate of tracks. Then we'll have the other tracks being Indianapolis, Darlington, and Pensacola. Oh, hey, look at that. Another, what do you call it? Abnormally shaped speedway there in the form of, well, 2 really, in the form of Indianapolis and Darlington. So all sorts of different tricks teams are gonna need to pull out for these races.
Yeah.
No 2 tracks are even remotely close to being the same here. Maybe Iowa and Richmond; those are still pretty different. They're still pretty different pieces from each other. Fancy is still going to be in. She is 11th in points. She'll be above the cut line. Stoneman will be the first out now. Malixon and Ihale still up there, still doing their thing. Well ahead of the field. Still definitely quite impressed by the 2 Urban cars. They're still within 40 points of the playoff cut line.
Yeah, that's not bad.
But yeah, I think when it comes to that, say, top 25 or so zone, looking at cars that might be able to win in these next few races, obviously Vancy's one of them with her recent form. Another one I want to point out, kind of a bit of a weird pick here, 60 of AWSCO, finished 5th in the last 2 races, sitting 25th in points right now, tied on points with Rachel Cole, who had a pretty good race here today as well. That's another driver that we might want to look out. Carly Byrne is right behind her in points as well, 26th. That's another potential source of like an outside winner there. Those 2 might be ones to look out for.
Yeah, I think so too, honestly.
Obviously, can't forget the likes of Alicia Byrne, who ran really well in this race.
She did run well.
She ran quite a few laps here. So if they can keep that up for a whole race, then that might be something. That might be they might become a real threat to win there.
Yeah.
Lots of different places where new winners can come in through, and I think that's something that every team is going to be looking out for in these next 6 races in both series, I think. All right, then. With that, I think. What more can I say other than that was an amazing race here at Motegi?
I don't have anything else to add other than that too. It was...
Yeah, very pleased to see that very pleased to see a race that good here. To bring back oval racing here at this track.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll be back here in future seasons' time. All right, with that, we'll take things back pretty soon here to the booth for the final words on the broadcast. It's been a real pleasure being here in the studio. Both of us here. We'll see you guys in Surrey, back in North America for the next slate of races. And with that, we'll bid you farewell. And we'll send it back over to the booth with Echo. Thank you, everyone, for being with us.
Yeah, and a great race here, a great show from Motegi. In the final race of the World Tour, it did not disappoint. What a race here from Motegi, as Mika Harina gets it done in the front of the home crowd. And I'm sure that she's going to be partying and celebrating this one for a long time. All right, on behalf of Ellie, Rasha, and Anthony, I'm Echo. Thank you so much for joining me today. We'll be there next week at the brand new Echo Energy International Speedway in Surrey, British Columbia, in the Vancouver area. I hope to see you there. All right, join me next time. I'll see you then. See ya.